Hello, my beautiful people, and welcome to Bloom Chakra Healing Tarot. Thank you so much for visiting my channel. I am going live at, what time is it? 22:33? No, it is 2:23 in the morning. Amazing. And I'm just going to see... Elder Dragon, hey, amazing. Thank you so much. I'm just getting my thoughts together as I pull this amazing reading together for us this evening. Touching up a few decks before I want to get going, but just in recognition that we have lots of lovely decks that have called to be as part of this reading tonight. And I'll quickly show you the decks before I move them off the table and we can start talking. I should start with the one that was obviously going to be called tonight, and that is Thoth Tarot. Thoth Tarot is going to be very valuable this evening, and I'm going to be calling on Thoth and Bast to guide me through this really intense, interesting journey of wisdom. I hope we can go on together. So we've got Thoth there. I've got the Osho Zen Tarot as well. Beautiful Osho Zen Tarot. I'm just going to pop Osho down there because we're going to start with Thoth. I've also got Queen of the Moon Oracle, which will become very apparent as we discuss what day is this today. And today is the Virgo moon, the super moon, the worm moon, and the wisdom moon, because it is a full moon and it is auspicious for me, being a Virgo sun, Virgo Saturn, Virgo Mercury, and I have been very interested in following the moon portal that we were going through in December 2019. That's weird. What was happening in December 2017? I'll have to come back to that. I was doing the karma clearing moon portal readings from December 2019 to 12th of December 2019 to the 12th of January 2020. And I got all the way sort of throughout the portal doing these incredible readings around our karma clearing, around bringing us back into union with ourselves, with our healing, with our twin flame. It was very much a time of rebalancing, bringing things back into balance, and the karma was, you know, sort of guiding and leading that. And I went through all of the signs and got up to Virgo. I'd actually started sort of halfway through the zodiac, not the normal place. So I got all the way through 11 signs and reached Virgo, which was my last one that I did. Sometime back at the middle of Jan, actually. And just for some reason, something was stopping me from getting involved and getting on and finishing the Libra reading. Libra was all I had to do. And for some reason, it just kept not happening. And it was just the one that wasn't done. And I thought, well, I'm not going to push it. I'll just, you know, it'll happen when it happens. And I've got a lot of, I've been learning that I've got a lot of Libra in my chart. I've actually got Pluto in Libra to start with. And I've got, from my tropical ideal sidereal tarot scope. But if you look at it from Vedic, I've actually got Libra in, Libra jumps into my Scorpio placements and becomes Mars, Venus, and Uranus. I've actually got Scorpio in Mars, Venus, and Uranus. And when you look at it from the Indian subcontinent, it's actually Libra. So it's really fascinating to have all these sort of placements of Libra. And I'm just kind of assimilating this balancing energy that I hold within myself, bring to the world around me, and that I bring, I think, in terms of the work that I'm now doing and being led to do. And this reading is very much sort of encompassing all this work, all this research I've been doing. And it just sort of dawned on me that the reason there was something missing. There was something missing in the way of me finishing these moon portal readings. And it really became clear with all my research that came about was that I hadn't included one of the zodiac signs that I'm starting to very much believe in and take very seriously as a very important part of our zodiac and our astrological calendar. And hey guys, so nice to see you. So cool. So lovely to have some of my spirit family on the line and watching with me. I'm not actually, I normally sort of show my face on videos and sort of, be sort of present, but there's a lot of stuff I really want to introduce to you tonight. And I think it's going to be much more engaging and immersive for all of you and all of us together. If actually you can just concentrate on the sound of my voice and on the images on the cards and where your imagination takes you, rather than being distracted by looking at me. There's a few different little bits I want to read to you and things that I've been looking into. And I want to tell you this story. You might have noticed the title of the video is The Lost World of the Sacred Feminine, as told by the solar system. But there wasn't enough room to write the last bit. But that is the name of this. It is Ophiuchus, the 13th zodiac sign. And I want to talk a little bit about that and what I'm saying when I talk about the lost world of the sacred feminine. I'm actually I've been looking into this for quite a few hours, and I'm actually quite wiped out, and I'm not quite sure how long, I should let this reading be, because there's so much I want to share and I want to do it justice. But at the same time, this has got to happen tonight because I just feel this energy swirling and whirling around. And, I feel this great draw to explore some of these subjects that I'm going to introduce you to. And I call on my spirit guides and my ancestors and my ancients and my angels and Gaia to give me the strength and the power and the resilience and the energy to tell this story and hear of the messages and the wisdom that my spirit guides, specifically Thoth and Bast, are here to help me with tonight. I will be calling on many sacred feminine entities, and also the beautiful gods and goddesses of nature and fertility and agriculture and of healing. And I ask that you give me the divine, beautiful energy to tell this beautiful story. And a drink of your water. I've got all the chakra candles lit because I don't know where this story is going to take us tonight. I've got a fairly good idea of some of the things that have been happening, but I'm going to ask some questions tonight of the universe and see if we can identify some more of what's been going on. Why Ophiuchus is not considered part of our zodiac, why this 13th zodiac sign has been hidden, or has it been hidden? What has been going on? And what does this represent? So I've got all the chakra candles lit because I don't really know where this is going to go, but I have divined and called in the energy of the throat chakra for me, for my healing energy, to give me the power and the strength to express my truth, express who I am, and to go within and really access that wisdom that the universe so wants us to know. And this is a throat chakra card that I've designed from my Essential Earth Oracle deck. And it shows the aspects of the essential oil blends that I've created. I've created a chakra balancing blend for each of the chakras. And this throat chakra blend has, it's diffusing here on the side there with all the lovely colours. So it's got copaiba, really good for supporting physical pain relief and emotional pain. Peppermint for clearing our mind, helping us to see clearly, helping us to have sort of sharp, attuned sense to things. This is star anise. Star anise is really amazing for the throat chakra and the throat specifically. And we have beautiful lime for energizing and invigorating and giving us a lift. And actually, I think I will take an extra. That's lovely. So I've got all of these different oils, which are formed into a blend that I've created. I've actually got drops of them in the blend, diffusing in the background. And the last but not least is Roman chamomile, which is an incredible essential oil that is known throughout the ancient Egypt, Greek and Roman warriors as being given to fighters before they went into battle, to give them courage, to support all of their body systems, support fatigue, give them the courage to go into the battle that they were about to face. So I've pulled all of these into my lovely throat chakra. So I think this is going to be quite a relevant energy for us tonight as we look at what hasn't been said, or what has been hidden, or what has been misunderstood. Okay, I'm going to put those on the side. Okay. So I hope you'll bear with me as we go through this. If I go off on a tangent, I'll try and pull myself back because it's quite easy to get lost in all of this. But let me go back to where we were at the beginning. Okay, so Saturn-Pluto corridor on the 12th of January 2020 opened the day that the moon portal closed. And I've been sort of, really interested in what this Saturn-Pluto corridor meant and how it was going to be about, for this whole year, we were going to see this incredible conjunction, an alignment of Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, Pluto, Saturn, and the Sun, and the Moon, obviously, in many, many cycles through that. And it was really interesting, understanding how this was going to bring all this intense change following this karma clearing period of the portal. And the thing that sort of came through for me was when I looked at my Star Tracker app, and I do beseech you all to download Star Tracker. It's a beautiful app for looking at the constellations and the positions of the planets. It's really fizzing and buzzing with energy. And the most amazing thing is when you actually look at it, you can see they aren't, all the planets aren't just kind of within a similar area. They are actually all lined up. They're actually all lined up in a row, and they are moving towards, they are moving at this very moment through Scorpio and into Sagittarius, or what would be Sagittarius in the most people's understanding of the zodiac. But actually there's another character who appears between Scorpio and Sagittarius, and that's Ophiuchus. And Ophiuchus is known as by many names. But basically, for those of you that are sort of aren't aware, Ophiuchus comes into his own or her own, as we shall see, when between November the 29th and December the 18th. So if you're born between those dates, you could actually well have a lot of Ophiuchus energy. And it's quite interesting that there's a lot of astrologers that don't take Ophiuchus as a real zodiac sign. And I've heard people that I really respect say that. But for me, I just keep coming back to it, and it just keeps opening more doors and more interesting pathways as to who this character was and what influences they have on us. And so I realized that this was the reading I had to do before Libra. It was like the set couldn't be completed. I couldn't bring the balance of Libra into this final moon portal closing energy and set sail on this Pluto-Saturn corridor without having brought some redress or some kind of justice to what I have been researching seems to be this incredible mystery going back into the solar system and reflected through so many different sources, through so many different aspects of our scripture, as far as the sacred feminine and the sacred masculine are concerned, and what that means for the universe and the solar system, and kind of what that means for us. And I kind of want you to keep in your minds the idea of above, so below, as I go through some of these ideas. This idea of mirroring and polarities in yin and yang. So anyway, we've got this incredible conjunction of all these planets in alignment. They're all moving right this moment through this Virgo full moon. We've got this incredible alignment moving into Ophiuchus. And whilst there are a lot of people that don't sort of consider Ophiuchus important, and that there isn't a 13th zodiac sign, and all that would imply, and how that shifts certain dates forward for a lot of people, but actually there's a lot of this to do with precession and how the Earth wobbles on its axis over time, and how that adjusts our perception of the elliptic orbit of the sun, and how it moves through these different things, and obviously how it's seen from different parts of the planet, but certainly over the thousands and thousands of years from which we've been looking at this through the eyes of our great ancestors and the ascended masters. They were looking at a sky that we have shifted in that sky since that time. So there's a lot of reasons, but even though the die-hard people will say Ophiuchus means nothing, I think it's really interesting that there's this intention or this determination to deny Ophiuchus and to deny what he really represents as the serpent bearer. And NASA it was actually NASA that made the announcement to the world that Ophiuchus was now the 13th zodiac sign, that it was now considered wholly formally part of the scientific record, according to NASA. And this was recorded 2013, but actually we know that there are lots of recordings and sources of Ophiuchus going back to right into the 1970s. And so much so, we know that there's lots of recordings of it through Babylonian and Sumerian times as well. So at different times during our history, it has been visible in different ways. But I'll show you, this is actually a picture of the sky. I hope you can see this. Now, a lot of die-hard astrologers will say that, oh, this is the ecliptic of the sun. And they'll say that only zodiac signs, constellations that fall on the zodiac, on the ecliptic, should be considered that the sun is in that constellation as it flies through. But actually, this is Ophiuchus here. This is the serpent bearer. You can see him as a great god, man, masculine, a bit, not wrestling, but kind of holding, taming, at one with the snake. The serpent bearer is his name. And what's really interesting is that actually you can see that of all the amazing stars in his constellation, and his is an incredible constellation, there is the ecliptic actually runs through his foot. It actually runs right through his foot. And when I take you on this journey as to kind of what he represents as this healer, this healing energy, I think it's really interesting that we have the fact that it actually goes right through his foot. And when you think about how connected our feet are to our physiology through reflexology, we have pressure points for every chakra, for every body system in the foot, and they can all be accessed through acupressure and acupuncture. And the foot is a very spiritual part of our root chakra connection to the earth as well, and connection to Gaia, and connection to our earth star chakra, which sits 6 inches below your feet, is your earth star chakra. So I just wanted to show that anyone sort of going, thinking that Ophiuchus really shouldn't be considered, I think actually this gives it more weight indeed. And there's a whole other cast of characters, sitting around Ophiuchus, but basically you've got Scorpio here, and you've got you've got Scorpio here, and you've got Saggy, and you've got Libra here. So it's really interesting that they've all sort of aligned in that order, because Sagittarius is where I began when I started all the moon portal readings. So don't worry, if you feel that, suddenly this changes everything, and I thought I was a Saggy. It's interestingly, the Ophiuchus sign is not considered the whole of the Sagittarius period. It's considered about 20 days of the 28-day moon cycle or month cycle. But actually, I would, as I've always done when I've looked at my birth chart and I've discovered new aspects, new planetary placements, it's about incorporating and integrating that into your system and into your kind of whole portfolio, if you like, in the universe. And I don't think it takes away anything. I think if anything, it just, gives it a bit more weight. And so the idea was that I wanted to do a reading for Ophiuchus, sort of as a reading for their sign, because they don't really get very much airtime. If there are people out there who really do identify with Ophiuchus, I haven't found one tarot reader that has talked about it. If you go looking for Ophiuchus, you'll find quite a lot of quite interested people talking about it. But I don't regularly see tarot readers on YouTube including Ophiuchus in any kind of way. And I think that's really symbolic of how I feel this kind of divine feminine energy of healing has been very lost to our world and to our understanding of who we are, and that we embody this sacred feminine energy and the sacred masculine energy inside each one of us. And I shall sort of elaborate on that a little bit more in a minute. So that's kind of Ophiuchus, and that's kind of where the story begins. I think that Ophiuchus represents, he kind of comes from this pantheon of other very unknown but powerfully important and significant gods and goddesses of nature, of fertility, of agriculture, of harvest, of giving life, the serpent bearer, the idea of one that carries or bears the serpent, The serpent is probably, possibly, ultimately the most spiritual and deep resonating connection of birth, death and life, death and resurrection that you can find in any esoteric wisdom, in any tarot deck. You know, it represents the Ouroboros, the snake eating itself, the never-ending, everlasting life, immortality, the never-ending cycle of the seasons, of the planetary orbits that move in their law-governed ways that they do. And, you know, the idea of the serpent has been misaligned and mismaligned throughout our oral history and our oral tradition as being this devil, this serpent that only meant harm and only meant bad, a bad negative element, but actually, you know, the devil energy in tarot. And I think I'm going to start shuffling because I had also had the Tarot Illuminati. I may not get to all of these. It really depends on which ones kind of call to me. But these were the ones that wanted to be on the table. I've got the beautiful animal spirit cards, because we'll look at some animal spirit medicine with this as we look at the energies of Gaia and how we can support healing for Gaia. I've got my Egyptian Nefertari deck. And of course, because I have Bast and I have Thoth, and I am going to, you know, I am bringing their energy in tonight because I need their wisdom as the divine masculine, divine feminine. I need to call in this idea of it, this idea of the beginnings of life-giving, of what it means to fertilize thought and life together in one. And sorry, I'm just going to amazing, yeah. That's amazing, Elder Dragon. Thank you. The serpent struggles with Ra, who wrestles with it in combat during the hours of night. The Book of Gates shows the journey through sunset until dawn. That is super wicked. Thank you for that. That is just like so in tune with what I'm feeling, and I'm calling in for this tonight. So yeah, I do also have a chakra healing deck in case we need that. And the cards that came out, the ones in the thumbnail that I put up at the beginning, just at the very start, Thoth just gave me the most beautiful insights. You know, this idea of sacred masculine, sacred feminine, the two polar opposites, the north and south. Look at all this kind of like, you know, union energy. You know, it's just like deep. I knew these cards were magical, but, you know, even just looking at this now is kind of like befuddling me. I'm like, really? That's so... I mean, this is clearly the sacred feminine, sacred masculine. As is this. This is like the Three of Wands. I think it's the Three of Wands. It's the Eight of Wands. Well, it's kind of like the three if you put them interlacing over into each other. But there's this balance, there's this harmony, there's this unity, there's this bringing the two into one, bringing the two, the sacred feminine and the sacred masculine, into harmony, which I believe is the undercurrent of all of this. I deeply feel through my research and my intuition and my sense as a woman who's very much in touch with and connected to her emotional landscape and her logical landscape, her masculine and her feminine, right side brain and left side brain. This is a question and a query and a mystery that really engages me. And it makes me think a lot about the gender inequality in the world today, and how this is, if this is what's happening in the world today, what's the reflected light coming back to us from the heavens, from the solar system? What's creating all this turmoil? And how have we gotten to this point? And where are we trying to get back to, I think, is, really the question for me. And what are we doing to bring that healing and that unity back? So that was just like the very first cards that appeared to me, as was the Knight of Swords. And this is very much a quest for truth, a quest for clarity, a mighty quest. There's real determination and passion and steadiness to the cause, to find this truth, to reunite. And that night energy of the mental energy of the swords, the air and the fire is the masculine energy, and the water and the earth is the feminine energy. And it's about aligning all of our energies together in all the different manifestations that takes. So, and please hit me up a like if you're liking this so far. And I'm not just like spiraling. Well, I am spiraling, but in the best way possible. But thank you so much for the people that are watching. I love you, Spirit family. I can feel your beautiful, beautiful energy. And this is going well so far. I feel like I'm sort of, weaving the story without going too off track. But, do let me know. I can kind of see the messages from here. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to have a glass of water. And see what someone's written. Oh, thank you. Great descriptions and energies. Sacred masculine and feminine balance and embodiment, and the night sounds like the journey. Yeah, absolutely. The night does sound like the journey. That's a really nice, astute observation. Exactly. It's that unity. And for these cards to be coming out, these energies to be coming out already, I knew it would. But it's still just, I give thanks and praise for all of the energies that are with us tonight, that are surrounding all my lovelies, that are here intuitively guided, or here because they're part of my spirit family, part of my community, part of my spirit guide, angelic host of protectors and guardians. Please protect me as we go into some of these energies. And allow me to bring the healing and the love and the light to the collective of Ophiuchus, and for all the sacred feminine energies that have gotten lost along the way, been misaligned, misrepresented, mistaken for something that they weren't, mistreated, underestimated. And let's just put these here. This is actually the back of the card. But I'll show you, and we should look at what's on the front, really, shouldn't we? The Three of Swords. I hadn't even noticed. The Three of Swords. We'll come back to that in a minute. But there's a reason why this really stood out to me. And again, this unity. So we know we've now got the Three of Swords on the back there as well. And we've got the Eight of Wands. This isn't marked. I think this might be like the invisible card. This is definitely part of the tarot. I'm only just getting used to these cards. So you'll have to kind of enlighten me, or if someone else knows. But that is very much a card I am incorporating into the full tarot. It's just not marked with anything. But that is ultimate unity. If anything, that's like the hidden... There's a hidden angel of the night card in the Tarot de la Nuit, which often comes out. And that deck, the Tarot de la Nuit, also called out to me because it's full of beautiful characters. And I think, you know, and as did the Akashic Tarot as well. All of these decks were like, yeah, me, pick me. So I've just got them on standby. But, you know, I'm just so far being like amazed by what Thoth has to offer us in his wisdom and his glory. Okay. I'm looking at the bottom of the deck and we've got another three, and it's the Three of Pentacles. 333. We were talking about 333 in the Discord chat for my spirit family that know what I'm talking about when I say that. We were talking about the synchronicity of seeing 333 all the time, like just yesterday and today. I was talking about it, someone else was, then I saw 333 on the clock. Tarot readers have been talking about it. It's divine union. The three is the sign, again, life, death, rebirth. It's the eternal cycle. It's the symbol of the Empress. It's the symbol of life-giving, of nurturing, of healing. And here we have the Three of Pentacles, which is a beautiful card. Beautiful, beautiful energy. I don't know if that's like the best light. Can you see that? It doesn't feel like it's quite as good quality. Oh my God, and now we've got the Ace of Swords, which made me think. So I just put another light on. Does that help? Is that better? Maybe a bit better. Okay. We'll keep those on. All these cards are appearing to me. I'm going to turn over the deck. So we've now got the Three of the Three of Pentacles. That is a union and a magical kinetic energy coming out of this pyramid here. And I know pyramids are going to come up tonight because there's so much Egyptian energy coming through. And we've got the Ace of Swords. You know, more sense of divine wisdom. It's like the crowning wisdom, the crown chakra being enlightened and illuminated with the truth of the past and what that means for our future, because everything is predicated by the past. Every future step is predicated by a step that we take now in the present that becomes the past in 2 minutes' time. What does that say? Triad. Yeah. 333, past, present, and future. Amazing. So, yeah. Amazing. Past, present, and future, because that is where we are. You know, how is this past? How is even this ancient solar system battle that I kind of feel, I'm not going to go into that, my sort of understand, my interpretation, but of kind of the solar system battle, but I will sort of talk about how I feel the different feminine energies come through, or maybe we'll get into it. There's so many things I want to share with you, and I don't want to go off track or get lost. And there may well need to be like another section to this, because I could talk about this stuff till the cows come home, till the Apis bull comes home. I could talk about this. And that's good. I'm feeling like, oh, wow, now I'm feeling like I can talk about this. I want to talk. This is the time. This truth needs to be spoken, and these mysteries need to be revealed. The unity needs to happen on the ground in the physical 3D. The manifestation. This is the oh my gosh. Oh my goodness me. Okay, this is the feminine, masculine energy again. I'm really feeling that, like stability, structure, embodiment of the earth, that feminine energy. And here you've got the masculine, air, mental, cognitive speed, and manifesting through thought and imagination. And I definitely need to talk to you about the chakra bit now, because this is now just definitely queued itself up. So, oh, I don't want to lose my notes. Okay, so I just wrote some notes down so I wouldn't forget all the different things I wanted to share. But basically, in terms of yeah, so in terms of our chakras, I want to bring this idea of the number 13 into play. And actually, I'm going to use the number 14 as well. But the number 13 is incredibly interesting, powerful, feared, revered. There's even a word for being scared of the number 13, and that's called triskaidekaphobia. Triskaidekaphobia. There's even a word for the concept of being scared of a number called 13. So there's lots of different mysteries and conspiracy theories and, you know, all this attachment to Friday the 13th and Halloween. But for me, it's about the 13 moon cycles of the planetary year. And I'll get into the moon stuff in a minute. But yeah, I'm going to talk about chakras. Most of you will know, our chakras are considered mostly to be 7 of them. I want to talk to you about 14 of them tonight. And because it's really, really relevant to who we are as masculine and feminine energies within inside our own bodies. And I'm hoping that this might illuminate everybody a little bit to try and imagine and consider, you've got your 7 normal chakras. So let's go through those. We've got our root chakra, our sacral chakra, our solar plexus chakra, our heart chakra, our throat chakra, our crown chakra. Third eye chakra, and then crown chakra. Now we've also got, as I mentioned, a chakra 6 inches below your feet. That is your earth star chakra. And you have a chakra 6 inches above your crown, and that is your soul star chakra. Okay, so that brings us to 9 chakras now. Okay, and you've also got a chakra in each of your palms. Okay, these are really well, we've actually, you know, a lot of you will probably be going, we've actually got thousands of chakras. If people are into this, there is lots of interesting belief and mythology around just thousands of chakras. And that makes sense that we've got all this vibrating or vibrational frequency energy running through all of our systems. But these chakras are really important for us to mention. So we've got, and the reason I want to mention the hands is because with our hands, we give and we receive energy. So the left hand receives while the right hand gives. Okay. Now, I believe that's the same for men and women, but you'll have to, as far as my understanding of esoteric wisdom, this is how it works. So you give with your left, you receive with your left, you give with your right. And this moves us into, you know, very quickly, you know, just to sort of expand on that for a second, you know, the masculine energy, and I'm talking about energies here, not just men and women, but actually the masculine energy and the feminine energy exists within each human being. As for the animal kingdom, I don't know, but I seem to feel that we're all made of the same thing inside and out. So, you know, I believe our consciousness is their consciousness. So everything else must be a mirror too. But from the point of view of human beings, we have embodied within our brain and within our whole spirit system a masculine energy and a feminine energy. And generally there is one that is more dominant, but you can very much start to play and balance both of them in lots of different arenas in your life, in your personality, and in your intention. And, you know, the feminine energy is the right side of the brain. This is your creative side. This is your very non-linear, abstract ability to create imagination, to create ideas, to, you know, out of thin air, rather than sort of the, you know, it's much more wild and free and creative, as opposed to the other side, the left side, which is considered the masculine energy, which is very logical, sequential, linear, very good at seeing patterns and engineering and creating. Both have but there's a very strong manifestation energy from both sides of the brain. If we're considering, you know, obviously I don't consider that all of our spirit and our soul is contained just in our brain, but this is a really good visual way of understanding it. And it and there's a couple of other things, like, you know, the feminine is the in-breath and the masculine is the out-breath. And we didn't actually do any breathing at the beginning. So let's just take a moment to like connect in. And I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're following me. And let's just see what that says. The 12 disciples and the one teacher, 12 strings and the one power chord. That's incredible. Thank you. Oh, what amazing ideas and images you've just planted in my mind and in the mind of the collective. So I'm talking about, you know, the feminine and the masculine. And I'll come back to that in a second. So just to go back to the 13 chakras, We talked about the 7 that we normally associate in our body, actually inside our body. Then we've got the 2 that are 6 inches above and 6 inches below our crown and our feet, respectively. Our soul star and our earth star. Then we've got the 2 hands. Okay. But then we've got the 2 additional, did I do that right? 1, 2, 3, 5, 12, 14. Oh my God, it's 13. Oh my God, I added it up wrong. That's amazing. It's actually 13. This is just so brilliant. Okay, so we've got the 9 plus the 2 is 11. That leaves 2 other chakras that I want to draw your attention to. And this is the beautiful wisdom that I've learned about the heart chakra, which if any of you would Google pictures of the heart chakra, you'll find some amazing Indian, Hindu, Vedic sort of fractal drawings of the heart chakra, and it's kind of like this beautiful spinning cross or beautiful swirling image that comes out in an everlasting, never-ending spiral that you would see in a sort of fractal animation. And wow, the Queen of Discs, Virgo, just decided to show up in front of me. Or Queen of Earth, obviously all Taurus and Capricorn embody this too. But I very much associate with the Queen of Earth, and she's just sitting there with the Ram of Aries, which is just amazing. But I was actually just doing it to show you this. But basically, out of our heart chakra comes 3. Oh no, I'm not wrong. It is 3. Okay, it's 13 or 14. For the purposes of this, out of our heart chakra comes 3 branches, okay? So if you imagine this is our heart, and out of here, we have 3 branches that come out of the heart. The one that goes to our left eye, which is our feminine imagination, creative side, our future, looking into our future, our imagination. And the other one goes to our right eye. And that is the symbology of the sun, our past and our memory. So the sun is the eye of Ra, and the moon is the eye of Horus. So your left eye, if you imagine that left eye is the moon, the right eye is the sun. So when you are thinking about something and you're using your imagination, your eyes will actually flick to the left. And when you're remembering something, or you're using your memory, or you're thinking into the past, your eyes will actually flick to the right. And you can see this in every single human being. This is why our eyes flick to the left and the right, because it's memory access into the sun energy, the eye of Ra, and it's memory creation. It's inspiration and imagination. Or do you know what it is? Sorry, it's me. I'm the wrong way around. It is the left eye is the moon, but that is the past and the memory. Memory and the moon, and the sun and the future. The sun and imagination. The sun is who we look to manifest. The sun is who we look to grab all of that solar energy into our solar plexus, into the spirit of imagination, manifestation, and creation. So it's that manifesting, that's that mental, masculine manifesting energy. And the feminine energy is that past memory, emotional, sentimental, nostalgic, beautiful lens and filter on the past, and where many people can get lost and live solely in their emotions, and get stuck there. And it's about bringing us back to center. It's about realigning. So where I'm going with all of this is that there's this, all of the chakras beneath the heart are considered our feminine energy. So if you imagine the human body is split like this, imagine the human body in the arms. This is the heart chakra. Below the heart is the feminine energies, feminine chakras, and above the heart is the masculine chakras. Now, that's not to say that the feminine don't access their higher chakras and the masculine don't access their lower, but this is a representation of the yin and yang of masculine and feminine. So we have the left eye. I mean, obviously on your own head, your left eye is going to be on this side. But for the purposes of this image, as I can show you, and we'll just say left, your left eye is the moon, looking into the past, looking into memory. Your right eye is the sun, looking into the future, your imagination. And then you've got higher chakras, lower chakras. So you've got male and masculine, feminine balanced on both sides. The masculine is the sun, the feminine is the moon. But you've also got the masculine and feminine also balanced north and south. So you've got masculine in the north perspective, and you've got feminine in the southerly perspective. And it's about us bringing energy balancing to all of our chakras so that there is this peace and balance and unity in the heart. And when specifically we work up from the bottom, this idea of clearing or needing to clear our lower chakras, which hold us down into the physicality of our 3D earthly plane, our 3D earthly bodies that we inhabit. When we talk about clearing our chakras, we talk about clearing our root, clearing our sacral chakras of emotion, creativity, identity, clearing our solar plexus chakra of our willpower, our sense of empowerment, our sense of standing in our truth and having confidence and self-esteem to be who we are, to really embody that sense of who we are. And when we are able to do that, and what that ultimately means is developing that real genuine self-love for ourselves, we pull in this sorry, I got distracted by something. We pull in this energy of self-love and unity and community for others through all this journeying that we've done to heal our emotions, to heal our trauma, to heal our karma, our habits, our low vibrational energies that keep us locked down in the 3D and don't allow us to kind of raise our vibration and elevate our energy up to a more spiritual, light-hearted, light being plane. But once we can start to work on our chakras, we burst open the heart like a gateway. The heart chakra is a gateway, and it needs to be opened by these keys. These chakras need to be unlocked first. That's not to say that we don't use our heart chakra all the time, and we do. It's fully with us. But there is these kind of like secret doors that we have to unlock within the heart chakra. And this is where all the magic and the mystery comes into play. Because when we burst open the heart chakra, we've got 3 beams of light that come out of the heart chakra. One that goes to the left branch, which is to the left eye, which is to the moon, one that goes to the right eye, which is to the sun, and one that goes straight up to the crown, through your crown chakra and out the top, and out through your soul star chakra and up into the stellar pathway above, and who knows where after that. So this is literally this gateway. It's a portal. And there's this sense of unity. It's the sense of the masculine and feminine, I feel, were torn in two. There was this ultimate tearing of the soul when the masculine and feminine were united, consciously united in one soul. There was this terrible trauma and injustice poured upon the beauty of humankind, and the masculine was split from his feminine to be ever seen as different, but actually they need each other. They are the yin to each other's yang. And there's this idea of actually, if we can bring our two physical eyes on the outside, what we see on our external world, if we can unite them inside in our third eye. So we're literally bringing, the third eye sits in our pineal gland, just behind the eyebrows in our brain, right in the center. This little nugget, this little pine cone sits there in the center with all this magical DMT producing, melatonin producing, cryptochrome producing, fundamental life-giving ether producing energy of the pineal gland. Its magic and wonder would exceed, it does exceed every kind of a facet of science and discovery. It's the seat of all. And I think that, we've been so cut off from our third eye and our sense of unity, this sense of bringing everything back to the oneness, to the stillness within that one, that all, that oneness, the one consciousness. And I think so many of these fables through astrology and tarot and hermeticism and all of this mythology and esoteric wisdom has been trying to encourage us to pull back the masculine and feminine, the left and the right, into this harmonious union. And there are lots of ways that we can see this reflected through society. We can see this, obviously. I'm actually showing you how this physically exists in your physiological makeup, your actual body. I'm suggesting to you that these energy centers are very, very real and present and fundamental influences on your life, your journey, your path, your health, your mental health, your emotional health, your spiritual health, and your physical health, and your communion with all. And I think, that the idea of the twin flame, and I don't believe it's just an idea, even though everything that is manifested in our known universe started out as an idea. So that's not an illogical statement. But there was this major ripping in two at some point in our history, in some point in our ancient history, and yet it pervades through the modern day. And it's something that the Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Hebrews, the Canaanites, the giants, and all the philosophers have been trying to tell us and trying to bring us to a place of unity and get us to understand what we'd lost by going on a search for kind of our lost other half. And this fable, I guess, of the twin flame journey, of twin flames in separation, two souls that used to inhabit the same, two souls that inhabit the same spirit, and yet they exist in different bodies. And they're on this eternal search to not clarify, what am I trying to say? To come into union with their divine other. And I've got the priestess on the back as I'm talking about this. So yeah, it's this idea of this yin and yang, you know, the masculine and the feminine the masculine and feminine energies require to be in harmony. The whole of the universe seeks to be in equilibrium. Everything must come back to balance. And we are human beings in this current manifestation of who we are. And for very few of us that have made that leap, I certainly don't think I've made that absolute leap, but I'm on the journey definitely to try and harmonize with both my inner twin flame and the external twin flame that I believe is manifested in another person as well. There's all these different mirroring synchronicities, and it's worlds within worlds within worlds. It's a mirror reflection going on forever and ever. It's like that fractal picture of the heart chakra going on and on and on. And it's the two poles. It's like the two poles of the planet. So like when I said the masculine is the north and the feminine is the south, this is just like the North and the South Pole. And you'll have a lot of people will agree with that the alignment of the feminine is the negative of the polar. You know, the feminine energy is the negative magnetic energy in the poles, and the masculine energy is the positive. Now, that's got nothing to do with positivity and negativity as a trait. That's actually to do with the magnetic energies of the poles, of the North Pole and the South Pole. And we are representations. The human body is a literal mirror image of the earth. We are everything that is made into Gaia in its image, made into God's image. Well, if God is the earth, if God is the ever pervading consciousness of spirit and the all and the everything encompassed, and it exists in every cell, in every gene of my body, in every creature and every rock and tree and star cluster out there, then everything is a reflection of everything else. Mm-hmm. What did you just stumble upon? I don't know. We're on a journey here. Where am I going with this? Yin and yang. So, you know, the opposing poles, they are north and south. You might say, oh, well, they're opposites. Well, actually, no, they're simply two opposites of the same scale. They're two halves. One doesn't exist without the other. Yin can't exist without yang. Masculine can't exist without feminine energy. Feminine energy can't exist without masculine. But here we are in this, what I believe is this conceptual world and a mirrored literal world where the masculine and the feminine have been ripped in half, split in half, like the soul being ripped in half. Sorry, ripped into 9 pieces. The Egyptians would say that the soul has 9 parts, and I've got a list of them here. But you can imagine them like the 7 Horcruxes in Harry Potter. This is an imagery of the seven chakras, but also the 7 parts of our soul that are within us but are broken. They're within us, but they're imbalanced. We've been torn from it. We've been torn from our connection with spirit. We've been torn from our connection with Gaia, from our connection of who we really are, and how that has manifested itself in this hugely troublesome inequality and division between men and women. When actually we were designed for each other, we were made for each other. We are Venus and Mars, we are Sun and the Moon. Not just, I'm talking about the energies here, but there is obviously the masculine, the male and female deities. All of them had a significant love, a significant lover, a significant life partner, whoever that manifested bodily, they were spiritually connected with their other half. That sense of having another half of you that feels like you've lost half yourself. When you lose your person, or when you break up with someone who you've deeply loved, you feel like you've been ripped in half. And I think this is kind of representative of bringing the, you can never bring the two poles back together. It's like the poles of the planet have been kept apart, forever wanting to find unity, but they only find unity, or they only find a constant in their conflict. The only constant is the change between them. And I'll say, there's a lot of stuff I wanted to go into about the mythology, but I don't want to go too long, and I want to pull a few other cards. But, I want to talk about like Medusa. Medusa for me is the sacred feminine archetype of this lost feminine who was desperately mistreated and misaligned and misrepresented through history. And she feels to me like the original feminine. And I've actually got this I've actually found the astronomical zodiac constellation. You can see here Medusa. This is Perseus having just decapitated her, just cut off her head. And it's actually upside down. You can just see the serpent bearer coming into view. But we won't talk about the other ones. I just wanted to draw your attention to Medusa here. And you can see, this is the idea of this terrible harpy through history. She has been so misaligned, so considered this force of evil, this force of horror, that she would turn men to stone. She didn't turn women to stone, interestingly, and that's definitely worth pondering. When you go through the annals of history, it's always men she turned to stone. But the thing for me, the reason I wanted to show this is, very briefly, I'll quickly tell you the story of Medusa. She was, all the things you might have heard about her as this terrible seductress that seduced men, that was, fearful to look at, and had all these horrible evil powers that she wrought against man. The real story is actually, told in so many different fables, I believe. I think this story reappears under many guises. But actually, Zeus, who is considered that, Zeus is said to have raped Medusa. She was so beautiful that he couldn't resist her. And when he advanced upon her, she rejected him. And he took her anyway. He raped her anyway. And Athena was so jealous that Zeus would do this, that she was the one to turn Medusa into this gorgon-headed, ugly creature with all these snakes coming out of her head, and sent Perseus, or kind of Athena, maybe even like seduced Perseus into making Perseus go off and kill Medusa. And all of these ideas was that Medusa was the one that had wronged everybody, and actually she was the one that was wronged. There's other stories that when she was, some of the stories say that Poseidon was her father, and actually Poseidon was the one that raped her. Or maybe Poseidon was, simply considered the other name for Athena's husband. But Athena was the one to wrought all this havoc onto Medusa because she was jealous and she couldn't bear the fact that men desired this beautiful, soft, gentle, healing creature. Medusa had all these healing powers. And actually, when she was turned into this snake-headed gorgon, and I believe there's this idea of like all of the snakes, 13 snakes or 9 snakes appeared out of her head. I see that as kind of like her soul being ripped apart. It's like when Perseus decapitates her, he's cutting her soul from her body. He's creating all these like different parts of her soul and sending them out into the ether. And then she is used and manipulated by Zeus and Athena for all the power that was created when they split her soul into all these pieces. And you can see this very similar story when you look at Osiris and Isis. Osiris was the green-skinned god of fertility, of the fertile lands, of healing, of the harvest. Again, a god of nature. And the idea is that Seth, his brother, out of jealousy, again, split him into, some people say 14 pieces. Others say that it was written 42 pieces he was split into and sent to the 4 corners, the 4 winds of the universe. And Isis spent her whole life searching for her twin flame, finding all the different pieces of his body and bringing him back to heal him. And the legend goes is that she was the one, Isis was the one to erect the Great Pyramid, not Khufu. It was Isis that built the pyramid in Giza as a resurrection machine to bring Osiris back to life. And one of the famous ideas of this story is that the one piece of his body that she couldn't find was his penis. It had been lost. It had been eaten by a crocodile, they say, which I think is, again, this really interesting idea of this stripped masculinity. Masculinity being stripped from the god of nature and the feminine being stripped or ripped from her masculine and her eternal life purpose quest to seek out that significant other and bring them back into unity. And she created the pyramid to do this, and she was successful because she brought Osiris back to life. So I'm almost seeing like Osiris almost represents like the masculine being ripped from the feminine in one fable. And I see Medusa being ripped from the masculine in the other. But it's yin and yang, it's both, it's balanced. It's just different perspectives of the same story. It's different overtones or underlying messages for the masculine or feminine that's watching this and is thinking, how does this relate to my life or my world? It's going to be a very personal thing for you. But I hope this is connecting. I hope that this is kind of making some sense. I'm totally just rambling and going with whatever's coming next. I haven't turned one page over yet. I've had all these notes and I'm just kind of riffing, trying to pull together the salient points. But because I want to do this justice. This is an important story. This is an important part of our history and it's affecting us right now. And I think as we, this Pluto-Saturn corridor that we're now in, this is a very real astrological once in a lifetime event, because first of all, the Saturn-Pluto corridor only happens once every 36 years-ish. And I was lucky enough to be like 4 or 5 years old when it happened last time. So I'm actually seeing this come around for a second time. I don't remember knowing what that meant, but I was here and I was part of that energy. And many of you will, you know, resonate somewhere along that trajectory, whether you're seeing it for the first time or the second, or maybe even the third or fourth or fifth, however old you are, my ancient spirits that are here with us now. But, you know, we've kind of been, at some point in our history, we've been, and I've just been kind of called to pick up the Tarot Illuminati, so maybe there's a message wanting to come through. Illuminate for us, Illuminati, please. Illuminate where we're going to go with this. So yeah, I was simply saying that, you know, I'm just using, as simple as I can, the fable of Osiris and Isis to represent the masculine soul being split into all these requisite parts, and this journey to go back, to put the parts back together, to put Humpty Dumpty back together. And it is a journey of the feminine to incorporate her masculine. Oh, yeah, that's where I was going, sorry. So we know that this worked because Isis did bring Osiris back to life, and she fashioned a penis out of, because they never found Osiris's penis. They fashioned something clearly with universal divine intervention, this kind of phallus, and they placed it onto Osiris, and Isis mounted him and got pregnant, and they gave birth to Horus. Now, they gave birth to the Eye of Horus, which is the moon. You know, and the moon and the idea of fertility and the feminine cycle, the feminine menstrual cycle, the controlling of the tides, the lunar cycle is all wrapped up in this energy of feminine energy of Gaia, and the feminine creative energies and emotional energies that we all get from the moon. So we are all actually sourcing and accessing and calling down feminine energy from the moon, whether we're men or women. And that's a really interesting idea that's just kind of floated to me. And we're the two poles, you know, we're the two poles forever trying to recreate where we're going to get to. And I feel like my book wants me to turn a page as well to something else. Why don't I tell you the list of the parts of the soul? Because that's really interesting. And that talks about... Okay, while we're talking about the moon, okay, let me just say the moon, as told by the Tree of Life and the Kabbalah, is path 9 on the Tree of Life. The ethereal realm, vibrations which affect and cause inert matter to move in Malkuth, the final connection between above and below. The sacral chakra, the feminine moon blood cycle. The moon harnesses and controls gravity, controls the tides, it controls water. Water is our emotional self, our moon self. Do you remember our past, our memories, our emotional realm, our sacral chakra? The moon harnesses bioelectromagnetism. And actually there is another representation of the moon in the back of our head. This is actually the path of wisdom on the Tree of Life is Koth 29, the back of the head. And this actually represents scientifically the cerebellum, which the definition of which is the the part of the brain at the back of the skull in vertebrates, which coordinates and regulates muscular activity, which is really interesting. If you think about our motor skills, the movement of our limbs, if you imagine us moving through water, we're using our motor skills, our muscular coordination and regulation of muscular activity. And this is supposed to be controlled by the moon from the back of our head. Just as it regulates the tides, a breathing in and a breathing out. The in tide, the breathing in is the feminine, the breathing out is the masculine. Let's just take a couple of deep breaths together while we're here in this moment, talking about breath and energy, to connect in together. So breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth. And breathe in again. And out through the mouth. I just got really hot. And the whole thing about temperature, hot and cold, are the other two, it's another dualistic energy. Everything comes down to this idea of temperature. Hot and cold are not different things. They are simply two vibrations on the same scale. One doesn't exist without the other. Everything is a dual nature. And I always get these tingling, like hot flush sensations sometimes. And that was just as I started doing that breathing. It regulated my heart rate, brought me back into balance. It made my shoulders, wow. And guess who decided to come out to play? The devil. The devil. Look at the masculine and the feminine in bondage, held apart from each other. The devil being such a symbology of the serpent of knowledge. Like I was alluding to at the beginning, the devil is not to be feared. He is not this malevolent force that we've all been forced to fear, like mankind has been forced to fear the feminine, forced to believe that she is a force, that she is some kind of force to be battled and manipulated and controlled and overcome and overpowered. And the devil energy, I wondered if the devil would show up. And I wonder where the tower is, because the tower won't be far behind if the devil is here. Please do like and subscribe and share your comments. If you're enjoying this video, I'd really love to know that this is making sense for you guys and hitting some chords. Oh, thank you so much. Devil energy showing up. For me, the devil and the feminine have been so interwoven. Medusa was reincarnated or rebirthed as this creature, the devilish creature, this evil creature to be feared. All men were to fear her. If you looked at her, you turned to stone. And I have interesting ideas about what that symbolizes, but we won't get into that. But this devil energy, the devil has been mismaligned. The devil has been misrepresented and lied about. He's been kept down in his fiery hell. He is chained down in the 7 levels of hell, Dante's 7 hells, in just as much bondage as I feel the masculine and the feminine have been kept in bondage from each other. the serpent, the devil card often has a serpent. And I just kind of feel this serpent energy really vibrating, though it's not kind of like instantly obvious. But better light. But yeah, the devil, this idea of this terrible evil that must be, tortured souls. Well, actually, the devil set us free. The devil gave us knowledge. The devil asked us to take a bite of the tree of life. He invited Adam and Eve into the garden. Yes, he tempted them. He tempted them with the knowledge of who they really were, of their physicality, of their nakedness, of their rawness, of their separateness. The devil told Adam and Eve about their separateness, that they were now no longer in harmony inside one spirit. They had been ripped, their souls had been ripped apart. And that had been kept from us. And we were now babes in the wood. We were now innocent, scared of our own appearance, embarrassed and shamed of our own nakedness, our own beauty, our own true nature. And we covered ourselves with fig leaves. And we told lies and pretended and blamed the other person. Adam famously, I say famously like I heard him say it, but allegedly blames Eve for taking a bite of the apple. Rather than taking responsibility for having bitten it himself, he says, oh, well, Eve told me to do it. And this idea that, it was Eve that was given the secret of knowledge first. She came into awakening first. Then the divine masculine follows suit. And that again is true of twin flames, as far as I know, as far as I've heard, and far as I've been told. Is there more comments? Interestingly, mythology was in my waking thoughts, and I remembered I wanted to know more about it as a small child, and nothing ever happened with that. Curious. Thank you, beautiful one. I love the story of Medusa. Thank you. I never known it other than hearing the brief one-line explanation when the movie Clash of the Titans was made. Yeah, I feel very aligned with Medusa. Me too. Let spirit speak. You are painting an amazing story. Thank you so much, guys. Oh my God, I love your energy. Thank you. Okay. We've just reached we just literally reached 133 in the chat. Okay. We're spinning an amazing story here. We're telling the story of the divine feminine. But this isn't just about the divine feminine. This is about an imbalance between the divine feminine and the divine masculine. This is about an imbalance between how the feminine has been, and I'm talking about the female gender specifically, has been mistreated, controlled, manipulated, tortured, tormented by this patriarchal, male, masculine society, which has been built on concepts and beliefs that this is how women are to be treated and kept at bay and kept on a leash. And, these are dangerous creatures we're playing with here. You better watch out. They've got all these evil, crazy powers, and they're going to, all these stories of women seducing men, like these poor men through history, at the whim of these seductresses. And actually, I think that the opposite is often the case, that, but either way, I think there's all these different synchronicities and mirrors of aligning, bringing the feminine energy out of its natural balance and not giving its genuine due respect and balance and equilibrium in this spirit, that actually both the feminine energies and the masculine energies have beautiful gifts to share, and it is only through their unity and their union are all those gifts fully realized and fully manifested. And without each other, there is this everlasting conflict. And it's interesting, like if you look at the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh from the Enuma Elish, from the Sumerian Babylonian records, they call Mars, Lamu, king of battles and war. But they call Venus lady of battles and love and peace. She is Lahamu and he is Lamu. Lamu and Lahamu. Doesn't that sound like twins to you? Twin flames, Venus and Mars. I always consider Venus and Mars the twin flames of the celestial sphere. You know, women are from Venus, men are from Mars. Everyone's heard that expression. And we are very different. We are from different planets. These energies are from different planets. But it's their beautiful connection that blends them and builds them into this harmonious one, this harmonious all. And yet, why are we at war with each other? Why has there been this terrible division and split put between man and woman, that we've had to strive? I mean, perhaps you could say that the eternal struggle and challenge between men and women allowed us to discover the virtues of true love and true compassion for our significant others. And so actually it was a journey through that struggle that allowed us to experience the higher virtues and come into union. You cannot experience the divine without having experienced what the opposite of the divine would be. And I don't know what that is, actually. There is no opposite of the divine. It's the divine. It's just a mirror image of itself, I guess. Wow, that's a bit of a ponderer. But yeah, so the devil and the feminine, for me, have been cast in such similar light on so many different levels. And we continue to paint the devil woman, or the woman as the devil, or the devil as a devil, or the devil is a magician, an evil magician who wants only bad things, no highest good, but actually he wanted wisdom for us. So if the devil wanted wisdom for us, he wanted us to attain the higher learning, the higher knowledge. He wanted us to experience the tree of life, to understand our true nature. He told us of our nakedness, and he told us what excitement and pleasure and passion and connection, reconnection we could find when we brought our bodies together in sexual union, in passionate embrace and intimacy and affection and climax and orgasm. And there are stories about what happens when twin flames come into sexual union, and that is X-rated, not for this video, but it's fascinating. And if you're interested in that, it's worth having a look. Definitely gives me goosebumps, because that moment has yet to happen for me. But you know, we are always the believers. We believe in this beautiful journey. But it is a journey. It is a journey to find ourselves back. And it's so funny. I remember Jordan River, our beautiful Jordan, saying how many lessons he'd had from the devil card. Like just how many ways in which the devil card has given him learnings and lessons. And how long have I just been sat here just talking about this one representation of the devil. I've got like 7 or 8 decks around me and I've hardly pulled any other cards. And I will. Let's pull some more cards. But I'm just wanting to be sure that, yeah, so I was going to tell you the paths of the soul. So if we imagine the ripping of the soul is like Medusa of the feminine energy being ripped and spread out to the 4 corners. And if we imagine Osiris being the representation of the male energy being ripped and all of his body parts being thrown to the winds, and this sense of your soul being thrown out into the universe. And, you know, if you think about like Horcruxes, like I love making this parallel. I really feel like the Horcrux concept from Harry Potter really is a representation of our soul being split into these different items now, these different, you know, being embodied in these different other creatures, or like Nagini is a Horcrux. So it can be, you can have like a part of your soul in another animal, in another creature, in another human being. And it can be in an object, like anything that embodies an energy, like a rock or a diary or a candle or a tree or anything, a book, a deck of cards, a deck of tarot cards. Wow. Gosh, I bet there's a lot of souls in decks of tarot cards. But, oh, look, and the moon was at the bottom of the deck of the Tarot Illuminati. And what does the moon do on full moon wisdom moons? The moon reveals. The moon reveals the secrets, what's been hidden. Beautiful. And we've got a beautiful feminine in the moon. We don't always get that. This is the Tarot Illuminati. It's a beautiful deck. The colours are just amazing. I'm sorry if they don't resonate quite as well on this, in this light, but the image is there. And look, there's a beautiful sacred feminine face surrounded by what looks like the rays of the sun. It's like the moon and sun coming into union. And the wolf is baying at the moon. And the wolf and the jackal. And we have the jackal Anubis here. Well, we have him twice. We have Anubis, and he really does, you know, he's one of the gods of the dead, and he very much embodies for me Thoth as well. And I've got Thoth and Bast. Bast is Thoth's significant other, and she embodies the cat goddess or the lion goddess. And actually in this little statuette of Anubis that I bought in Luxor in Egypt, he's actually got Bast, a cat head, coming out of his sacral chakra. He's actually, and I only discovered this tonight. I've owned this little creature for 13, 14 years. And I've just discovered when I looked at it closely tonight to set up this reading, he's got Bast, his significant other, coming through his sacral chakra. And it's quite clearly a little cat head. And it's not another Anubis jackal head. I know, isn't that cool? And this is a beautiful Anubis jackal, god of the underworld. You know, god of the underworld comes up again and again. You know, god of the underworld, you know, when you think of the underworld, it's Hades. It's Pluto. Pluto's god of the underworld. Pluto is considered a devilish energy. And yet I have Libra in Pluto, and I just feel there's this beautiful balancing, redressing, justifying. But it's truth, isn't it? It's the truth. And the truth does set things right. It does set the balance. It redresses the balance and sets the world to rights. The truth never lies. And I wrote something down about finding your own truth when I was thinking about this earlier. And I wanted to say, you know, if we're talking about healing our lower chakras, healing our feminine energies, bringing healing to our feminine side of our lower chakras, for instance, and we burst open the heart chakra and it does its beautiful gateway portal opening to the right eye and the left eye of the sun and the moon, bursting through it, because it will burst right through on its way to the crown chakra. The heart chakra will burst through the throat chakra and the third eye. And wavelengths of light and waveforms of sound are hidden symphonic castles, hidden harmonic castles that exist in this realm. Someone posted a really amazing picture the other day about harmonic castles, but this kind of like energy sphere that we have around our head, if you imagine all the thought energy that we create with our third eye and all that imaginative manifesting energy of spirit, and then what we give to it with our voice and that vibrational energy of sound and sound healing, there's a real synchronicity there. And as this heart chakra beauty, love energy fires up through these sharp heart chakra branches, it passes through the throat, passes through the third eye, and bursts out the top of your head like a volcano. The kundalini, the serpent, coming up from your root chakra, from even your below your root chakra base. That is the journey of the journey of, it's like the body is the serpent bearer. You could imagine the body, let's say there's a serpent in the middle. Let's go back to this card again. The serpent in the middle, carried by the winged unicorn. Imagine like our body or our spirit is the winged unicorn of Poseidon and Pegasus. And actually it's a representation of the two wings, the two eyes. Let's say our chariot, our snake serpent chariot is being pulled by the moon and the sun magnetically. Imagine them like a chariot. But that is the serpent bearer of Ophiuchus. The serpent bearer is the two masculine and feminine energies holding the serpent in the middle. And the wounded healer of Chiron was the mentor or ascended master for Ophiuchus. And Medusa had all these healing properties. Medusa was, in so many different ways and myths, she was told to have potentially, when she had a body, she had one serpent as a left leg and one serpent as a right leg. And the left leg could heal and the right leg could kill. So it was like she had poison in one leg or one serpent and venom. Sorry, she had healing antidote in one serpent and the stinging bite and kill of the venom in the other. So she was in this balance. So all these things come back to the serpent and the healer, and the serpent is always seen as, many serpents have this magical quality that their venom, that is so dangerous to some creatures, will be the antidote to any venomous bites. And it can have different impacts on different creatures. And we all know how different plants and different animal spirit medicine can affect us in different ways. But it's this unity. I'm going to do this instead just to make it a little bit more visual. This is what all of these stories and fables and intuitive guidances calling out to us, our intuitive sense is asking us to listen to our chakras, to go deep within and listen to what it is that needs to be healed, to find, just to go within and share your intuitive sense, to explore each of your chakras, especially your heart, and find where there are little areas, traumas, sadnesses, griefs and pains that need to be healed. And even if you don't think that there is something to be healed in your heart, have a look anyway, explore that, because only through wisdom can we know, and only through wisdom can we heal and be sure and do the work, and not to hide or to subvert or to look the other way or to laugh it off, but to recognize that our deep emotions are deeply important and intrinsic to who we are. And all those emotions that we have kept hidden and suppressed and forced down, and I mean this across the whole human race, all masculines that have felt their masculinity or their sense of self derailed or misrepresented or conformed or conditioned into something that they didn't feel right with. And for all women and feminine energies, feminine entities that feel they have been on the receiving end of some kind of injustice in some way, shape or form, because they are a woman, because they are a divine feminine. And we have visualization on the back of the deck, number 28, which adds to the 1. Oh my goodness, I've just seen the eye. I didn't see that until I looked at the reflection. That kind of freaked me out. You see the eye in the middle? I just saw it as like a swirling iris. But number 1 card. This one. You thinking this is coming back to the unity, bringing the unity. I want to read you something really beautiful that I had planned to read for you tonight. And it's really why I want you guys to be here, because I want you to share in this energy. I want you to help visualize and feel into this energy of healing our masculine, healing our feminine, healing those beautiful aspects of ourself. That eye is the same color as my eye. Wow. It's actually same as me, hazel. I've got hazel eyes too, Rachel. And they are at times green and amber and purple and brown and like tiger's eyes. Beautiful. And there's a lovely synchronicity of all these rainbow colors, like all these lovely chakra colors coming through. Yeah, let's just like, sorry, I've not been very good with, I've been totally zoning in. Let's just quickly put these cards up, and I'm going to read something really magical to you. So thank you so much for these cards so far, and Bast, for your energy, your healing, your light. You know, I perhaps selfishly or naively or short-sightedly came into this session very much kind of like bringing female empowerment and the sense of speaking our truth and redressing the balance between gender equality, which I fervently feel. But there is a softness and a gentleness that it is so much about. It is so much about loving and healing the masculine. The loving and the healing of the masculine and the feminine is an equal, joined, unified journey. That's what we're bringing into balance. The masculine lost his feminine. The fact that the masculine had his feminine energy ripped away from him. He has been forced into this cage of being told not, and forgiving too, absolutely. Forgiving our masculine, forgiving our feminine, forgiving those parts of ourselves that we don't like. Perhaps, anything that you feel you're forgiving in another, or you feel angry at in another, especially in your twin flame journey, they say you can just turn the tables back on yourself, and anything that you feel anger or discontentment about in your twin is actually a feeling you have about yourself. And that's really interesting. Again, you can use that as mirror work to understand kind of where are you hurting, what things are making you hurt, because therein lies your wounds that need to be healed. Therein lies Rumi said something like, the wound is the place where the healing light, or the wound is the place where the healing must begin. And it's something it's all to do with the fact that wherever our traumas are, wherever we're holding on to emotionally, in our sacral chakra, in our sense of identity, into who we've been told we can be, who we've been told we can't be, who we've been told we are, who we've been told we're not, what we've been told we can aspire to or not, or believe in, or who we can love or who we can't love. All these external expectations and forced belief systems that have become like a net, like a web, like the matrix, over our beautiful, real, emotional, true self of who we are. And, men have just as much of a vibrant emotional landscape as women do. My goodness, yes. But look at how society has conditioned the male to ignore and disregard and bury his emotions, in fact. Not just disregard them, but, boy, you're going to feel them and you're going to push them down and you're going to forget about them and forget they're ever there. That's the most dangerous thing that could ever have been done. And that, again, was ripping the water element from the masculine, ripping that sense of connection with his emotional realm, his connection and love and acceptance for himself. Whatever he was feeling, it was okay. And we've stripped the masculine of that. We've told boys that they can't cry. We've told men they've got to be big and strong and provide for the women and provide for the family and provide. But what about nurturing for the masculine? Like, what about his need to be nurtured? What about our internal masculine that needs to be nurtured? How much are we as women giving space and oxygen to our masculine side to speak his truth? Allow him to have this deep emotional sense. I know so many, everyone is deeply connected to their emotional world, whether they believe it or accept it or not. I read energies of people, and I read them deeply from men as well as women. And I've never had a doubt that men exhibit and inhabit just the same emotional, mental, spiritual, and physical experiences and sensations as women do, perhaps with slightly different drivers behind them, slightly different perspectives on things. But nevertheless, we are made of exactly the same stuff. So what happens in my body must happen in a masculine body, or a male entity, or a male energy. And yet I've lived for 41 years in a world that has tried to convince me that men don't have emotions, that men don't, women are these highly, highly strung emotional creatures that are always talking about their emotions, and they're always in their emotions, and they're always so, oh my God, she's so emotional. It's been a slight on women to be emotional, to be in connection. Well, actually, emotional intelligence in business, in the home, in the family, in life-giving energy of Gaia, that's emotional intelligence. And that is a very feminine, creative energy. You can't get that reading books. You can't get that just studying. You need to go in and listen to your intuitive self, your intuitive sense, and connect. The suck up and just do it mentality. Really, really pressurizing people into one box or another, and pressurizing all of us into this dichotomy, this dualistic nature. Because, it is a yin and a yang, it is a polarity of north and south, but there's a unity in that. The yin and the yang have a little bit of dark in the white, and a little bit of white in the dark, or a little bit of light in the dark, let's say. They aren't completely separate. There is an element in each one. The same way that there's an element of hot in cold, the same way there's an element of up in down. You can't have one without the other. They are both simply aspects. So yet, rather than being allowed to embody that beautiful unity consciousness, we have been forced to think of division and separateness, of male and female, right and wrong, gay and straight, black and white, rich, poor, good, bad. And all of these value statements and all these value generalizations are being force-fed, have been force-fed into the global consciousness subliminally through our advertising and our media and our politics and our religions and our families and our parents, and our being told, well, this is the way it's always been. This is just the way it is. This is just how women behave. This is just how men behave. This is just what women can expect from their lot. And this is what men are expected to with their lot. And we have forcibly mocked and discriminated when we ever reach into the opposite side of ourselves. When a man wants to embody those beautiful feminine healing energies of being a healer, or someone who works with children or works with nature, or wants to work in the area of giving life to things, bringing beautiful creations into the world, that's a very feminine energy. Architects, engineers, people these massively genius inventors, that's a very feminine energy. And yet we ascribe so much of that to the masculine, because actually it was the men that got the opportunities to go forward and be engineers. Had nothing to do with men's brains and women's brains not being capable. In fact, some of the greatest astrologers, scientists, clinicians, doctors, engineers, astronauts have been women. And yet I remember being told, oh, well, women have small brains. Women have a smaller brain than a man, which means they must be less intelligent. These are the things we were told at school, you know. And I live in the 21st century. Okay, I was in the 20th century when I was born. Makes me sound really old. But come on. We live in this world of just absolute oxymoronic doublespeak that makes no sense to a rational or creative mind. And yet we have been so conditioned that this is how it goes. This is the template. This is what you're going to see. We'll make sure you see what we want you to see. Woo, that really came through in a rush. What were we doing? Okay, we got the devil. Got the devil there. We got the queen, very much a queen of fertility. We got the moon. Oh, and we've got judgment. Judgment, the moon, and the ace of pentacles. And look who's turned up, the tower. Didn't I say if the devil's around, the tower won't be far behind? The tower's always behind the devil. He's always creeping. And you know what? It's like the tower when it appears with the star. After the tower always comes healing. There's always a healing process after the tower. But the devil always comes around with the tower too. And you'll probably notice that. If you get the tower, you know the devil's lurking. And if you get the tower, if you get the devil, you know there's a tower coming. There's a hurricane coming. So, and it's lovely because I'm seeing the devil as the healing in this combination. Rather than the star energy, which brings the healing of Aquarius, the age of Aquarius, this beautiful age of enlightenment forward that is traditionally, it is so around us as well. But I'm really seeing the devil energy as the healing here. Healing between the wisdom and the knowledge brought forward for the masculine and the feminine to unite and recognize themselves as twin flames, not held down in the fiery depths of hell any longer, and or as soon as they're ready to release their karma and heal their hearts, union will come. And we've got the world, the wheel. And we've got, oh my God, we've got the wheel and the Seven of Pentacles, which for me is the divine timing card. So Seven of Pentacles, divine timing, and the wheel, which is again about divine timing. The wheel is turning. Judgment just came out. Judgment, the Ace of Pentacles, a gift from the universe of the earthly energy. The earthly realm is getting balance and illumination from the moon and judgment. Look at all these tortured souls coming out of the graves. Illuminated to their true light, their true nature. And look, they come out of this energy, out of the darkness, out of the moonlight, into what looks like the sunlight of this beautiful world. No more in this bondage, this human bondage. The angel Gabriel is here with their message of divine light and illumination, saying, listen to my horn of truth. I bring the judgment. I bring Judgment Day. You are free. Free from the binds that tie. Free to cross the rainbow bridge and take that unified Ace of Pentacles and create something solid and real in the tangible earthly realm of the 3D. Wow. And the Prince of Cups, the Prince of Emotion, a masculine embodiment of emotion, bringing forward his true feelings, his undeniable love, deep love and compassion for nature, for his horse, for the wings that represent his ancestors and his flight through his icy kingdom, this cold, cold heart that he's been subjected to is thawing. Look, it's like an iceberg is turning into a waterfall behind him, and this icy, locked down ocean of emotion is now pouring forth and pouring out of his heart chakra and his throat chakra, speaking his truth, accepting himself, accepting his emotions, accepting her emotions too. Take this as it resonates. We just reached 21111. Wow. Okay, I'm going to read something to you. Oh, and we just got the Three of Pentacles again, and the Sun. Oh my God, and the Chariot. Holy guacamole. Okay, I'm just going to go a little bit. Queen of Swords and the Hangman just came out. I'm just going to put them on the side, just interestingly. But I want to do something else. You know, the Chariot is another representation of twin flames. The yin and the yang. The two pulling. Look, you know, this is the idea of the brain. You know, like I was saying, you know, the serpent bearer is the chariot bearer. The bearer brings something. The chariot brings something, carries something. The serpent, the kundalini of our chakras, our physical body. And then you've got the twin flame, masculine, sacred masculine energy of the sun and the moon, represented here by the black and the white horse. But there's also a beautiful lion. It's kind of like a lion bear spirit in the middle, which is beautiful, which is kind of like the third eye for me, as I'm seeing it now. And they're galloping, you know, they're galloping towards this new way of being, galloping towards this age of Aquarius, this age of enlightenment, of coming together. And we've got the Sun and the Three of Pentacles. So we've now got the Three of Pentacles again. And we started out with another three, but I can't remember where it is. It'll come back to me. But anyway, so beautiful confirmation there of the Three of Pentacles. And that's a really beautiful Japanese picture. And I just happened to write down the name of Ophiuchus in Japanese, and it's Hebitsukai. Hebitsukai-sa is the name in Japan for Ophiuchus, the serpent bearer. And in Arabic, he is called Rasulhag. His brightest star is called Rasulhag, which means the head of the serpent. And again, we're brought back to this idea of serpents on your head. So we've got the idea of Medusa with her serpent hair. We've got the idea of the Kundalini snake coming up through your chakras and biting at your third eye. This is the imagery that we have from Thoth, from Hermes, from our divine guiders that have talked to us about chakras. All of these veiled ideas of the chakras and the planets are all mirrors of each other. And the snake, the Kundalini serpent, is meant to rise up. And we can achieve this through sort of awakening our Kundalini. And it's meant to rise up through our chakras and bite at the third eye, but not hurt it. Just to kind of like, I just imagined it like a snake reaching up and biting a grape and all like this juice coming out, all this like amber nectar being released as wisdom from the third eye. And, this idea of the serpent, it just comes back again with all these archetypes. The bringer of life, the giver of life. And I wrote something really lovely, like, the masculine plants the seed. It gives the energy. It takes action. The masculine energy plants the seed of life. The feminine energy allows, it receives, it nurtures that life into abundance. So actually the life-giving process, which once upon a long time ago used to be asexual, a race of humans were created that didn't have a reproductive connection like we have in this world. But in this world, we need each other. There is a need for a masculine and a feminine seed and womb to unite in order to create new life. One cannot happen without the other, even if you're doing it with science's help and science's innovation. Those two elements must still be present. And we could talk about the Immaculate Conception and obviously like what all of that comes up, but I won't talk about that right now because I'm going to read something to you that was written by Thoth himself, which I think is very relevant now. Where's my book? Okay. Oh, I've still got people with me. You are all amazing. I hope this is like, I'm really pleased I did this. Like I was seriously thinking I couldn't do this reading tonight because it is now 4:40 in the morning in England, London time, but I've got this moon still vibrating above me. And this reading was due to come out. And you know what? I sat here sort of thinking, I got so prepared and ready with all my notes and ideas and the energy force I wanted to bring forward. And then I kept getting this little niggling thought of, don't do it tonight. I'll do it another day. And I realized it was actually kind of like this little fear aspect of my ego. Some naughty trickster energies trying to keep me in a low vibration, almost saying, be quiet, woman. Keep your voice down. And it was interesting. And I thought, no, all the more reason for me to just buck up, buttercup, put my big girl panties on and do this reading. And I'm just so delightfully blessed that you're here with me because this really means something. This is really important. And I think we are all, I know we are all part of this new coming, this new way of being with each other. We are all embodying that. Anyone who is intuitively guided to this reading or to any readings like this, you are receiving messages that the universe wants you to have. And you're receiving the messages that are specific to you. And that's going to, you know, fabricate in many different ways. But the beautiful thing is we're all in this together, and it all makes sense on some level to each of us. Even if I'll never know the inner beauty and ramifications and machinations of your inner world, at the same time, I also feel like I know exactly what's going on in your minds and your heart, which is beautiful, which is like, it's like telepathy and smell-o-vision and reading someone's mind, not just knowing their thoughts, but being able to see the pictures that their mind is making. That's crazy. So I'm going to read you something from the Emerald Tablets now, which is astonishing and written by our beautiful Thoth himself. And I'm just going to put some of these cards down, but we've got some incredible cards on the table. Like, I will take some photos and I will put it up after. But just the synchronicities. And, you know, I haven't even asked, like, I was going to ask Thoth a question, because, well, I have been sort of been asking him this question all day. You know, what is the hidden secret? What is it that you want us to know? What is it that has been hidden from us? And what is the secret, lost, feminine, masculine story that we're all trying to get to grips with? And ultimately, how can we heal? How can we love and forgive and show compassion for our inner selves and bring unity within? Because that will then create unity with our other half. And that other half can mean anything to you. It can mean twin flame, beloved other, soulmate, husband, wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, your spirit animals, your children, your significant other love. Where your love goes is your significant other. So let's not get hooked on labels. It's about the love. It's about the energy. And when we forget the labels, we can transcend to these places where well, I believe there's full of color and sound and energy, but just not with perhaps some of the heavy gravity of this realm. But I came across something in the Emerald Tablets that's really inspired me. And I'm going to read a little bit to you. I'm going to read the first little incantation, which is for me going to be a little thank you to Thoth. And then I'm going to read this section that I've discovered, which is just after everything I've said tonight. I know you're gonna see what I feel. You're gonna feel what I see. Okay. Let's put Ophiuchus down there for a minute. And I just can't ignore the fact that these three animal spirits of just, the beautiful tiger is here. This divine family of ram is here. So we've got like Leo, Aries, with a lot of fire. And then this kind of like very mysterious looking owl. And, you know, so we've now got Bast cat energy. We've got the ram energy, which is very much fiery creation. And we've got the wisdom of Thoth here as well. That's what I see. And we've got the Hangman and the Queen of Swords. So it's kind of like the feminine in her masculine mental energy, mental air energy of justice and truth and clarity being brought forward. And it's the masculine energy. And I'm just going by the images on the cards. Take it as you resonate. But you've then got the Hangman. Sorry, I've got him upside down. Maybe that was intentional. I don't know. But nevertheless, I see the masculine in the Hangman as very much a contemplative, meditative, calm emotional landscape internally, coming to peace with his inner self. So both sides embodying the beautiful gifts of the other. In the earthly plane with all that fire energy from the animals. You feeling me? This is just sort of what's coming through for me. So this is all coming together in the earthly plane. And the earthly plane is just as much the planets and the sun and the moon as the earth is. Let's not forget that. It's all as above, so below. Everything is a reflection. Whatever's happening up there is happening down here. In a million worlds within a million worlds within a million worlds. And this is lovely because it's like we've got the masculine and the feminine reaching out into each other's sacred gifts and learning from each other, learning how to heal their own aspects that are needing to be given strength from the lion and wisdom from the owl, all fiery colours, and the life-giving leadership, an emperor-like power that this is the new world. This is the way things are going to be. Look at this family of rams. That's like really beautiful. I will read these spirit animal cards to you afterwards because they've each got a beautiful little reading that goes with them. And all of this is happening in the earthly plane. Swapping of energies of air and water, emotion and mental energy, and all this fiery energy, and a bit of air and thoth and wisdom, mental energy with the owl. Fiery ether bringing it all together. Okay, before I get caught up in these beautiful cards again, and I'm going to show you these. As I'm reading this, I really want you to use your inner sight, use your imagination, your third eye, what you see when you close your eyes, your colours, your vibration. And as I'm speaking these words, I really want you to feel into this energy and feel into whatever healing you feel is right for you, and any healing you want to put out to others, to all of us on this call, to all of us on this live session tonight, which is incredibly powerful and spiritual. And I thank you all for being here and sharing your energy with me. This means a great deal. I've been working up to this reading. This is more than a tarot reading for me. This is kind of the outpouring of several years of research, and I'm just riffing here, taking you through what is a very intuitive reading, but at the same time I'm trying to bring some of that Aries Emperor structure of the Four of Wands, Four of Fire, to this landscape and help us understand where we need to go. Like what is our pathway now? We've all been headed in the wrong direction at different times. Oh, really? I reminded you of Morgan Freeman's God series about the pyramid painting and the story of Thoth, and the heart placed on one side of a scale and equally balanced on the other side. Yes. Well, that is the ultimate image of Thoth, weighing the feather of Mart, or my art, or Tiamat, if we want to go there, I think, weighing that against the human heart. Because it's within the heart that actually where the light and the goodness of all our deeds in life is captured like a tally. And at the end of your life, as the Egyptians would say, your body, or your body would be prepared and mummified, and your heart removed, and actually your brain was just sucked out of your nose and chucked away, because the Egyptians believed that the brain was actually fairly useless after death. It was the heart that was what they were interested in, and it was within the heart that all of the let me just have a sip of water. Yeah, it was in the heart, your actual physical beating heart, that was taken from your body and weighed on the scales of judgment by Thoth himself. He was the God of the dead, the God of justice, the just God, the God of wisdom, the God of insight. And it was the feminine energy of Ma'at, or Mart, who the heart was measured against. So actually the heart of every human being was measured against the feminine understanding and depth of passion and compassion and love. And the male masculine energy of Thoth meted out the more logical, sequential, detailed, knowledgeable data. And the feminine energy meted out the emotional, value-based justice of how we lived our lives. And everything that you've done in your life, all your karma, all your deeds, all your actions, all your thoughts, all your emotions, how you've treated others, how you've treated yourself, ultimately, whether you've been your own worst enemy or your own best friend, all of these are stored as synapses in the neurons of our heart. And we have discovered, science has actually already proven this, that we have neurons in the heart, just like in the brain. And the heart can learn, it can remember, and it can think. Heart-brain harmony and heart math is a fascinating subject, and it's very related to this. And so basically, all of these things are stored in the memory of the heart. Whether if you haven't done all your forgiving and learning those lessons, they are stored as painful thorns in your heart, in arrows in your heart that you haven't removed. You haven't done your healing karma to remove them. And so if you've done that by being a terrible person and horrible to people and awful in your life, your heart will be so heavy when it reaches Judgment Day, the halls of Amenti for judgment, that it will be so heavy, it will be obviously out of balance, and it will be thrown on the ground and eaten by the Amenti monster straight away. We just reached 233. I've never done a reading this long before, but this is amazing. So you don't even get a second chance. If your heart is too heavy by the time you've ended your life, it's tallied up, you don't get a second chance. You don't get a rewrite. You don't get another rehearsal. That's the tally. And if it's too heavy, it gets eaten by the Amenti monster, and that's it. Game over. If your heart is light and full of love because you have found that unity and love within yourself and with the world around you and harmony in your life, then your heart will be light, and it will be lighter than the feather of Mars, and you will be given beautiful journey to the field of reeds, Elysium, heaven, this beautiful world that exists in our as our perfect day. Whatever your perfect day is, that is your heaven, and that is where you would go to live out the rest of your life with everyone that you love the most. It's a pretty fascinating vision of life, and this is how these beliefs dictated and influenced how the Egyptians lived their lives. This particular group with this particular story, which I believe is reflected across so many of our scriptures and beautiful writings of ancient times and ancient worlds of our ancestors. But they believed this so deeply and so strongly that it wasn't that they could just go to confession and, well, there is something about confession that I think is quite interesting. But I think that, this whole idea of how you've lived your life will determine whether you go to heaven or hell is something that the Egyptians believed very strongly. And they believed that the heart was where we could do or undo that karmic journey. And ultimately, it was that journey that we had to go through in our lives, throughout our lives, every moment, living every moment as if it was the only moment. True living. Thanking the universe for this beautiful experience by actually enjoying with joyous love and laughter this wondrous possibility that we are. Not living in this doldrums, forced to work, forced to live with these labels and these oppressions and these traumas, forced to make money and scourge our beautiful planet under our noses, under our feet, with a sense of helplessness that we don't even know how to turn this chariot around. And I feel this is the wisdom we've been looking for. I think, coming together like mass consciousness, doing these mass consciousness readings, bringing group energy together can allow us to seed some of this energy again and reawaken what our ascended masters knew. That this going into our intuitive sense, listening to our inner voice, that little voice that's calling out the little inner child that needs to be healed. It's really what it's all about, and really what it comes down to. And that little child has lost his playmate. And he's just wants his friend back. She wants her best friend back. Okay. All right. Just focus on the cards there. Okay, I'm going to read to you. So I'll read, this is this page from my diary from 27th of May, 2019. As I turned on my smart TV and my YouTube of light to watch the Kabbalion, I was intuitively guided to the emerald tablets of Thoth, the complete works, 2 hours and 27 minutes. I'd never found them. I'd never really known what these were, or certainly never seen them before. This was a year ago. It is said that only those who are ready to receive this wisdom will be shown the path And even then, only the wise will know the words that reveal the clues and understand the magic contained therein. I am seeing all. And so this is the first section, which is very much feels like an invocation from Thoth at the beginning of his, it probably is right from the beginning. And then after that short start, that short section at the beginning, I will read to you this section in the middle, which is fascinating. And I thank you, Thoth and Bast, for your beautiful wisdom and light that you've been shining down on me and just pouring into my heart and my mind and my soul to the point where it has been so overwhelming. And then the next minute, I won't even know how to write my own name. It's just, and I find myself writing my name in Phoenician and hieroglyphics instead. Okay, so this is Thoth's first section, and this is in his own words. Thank you, dear Thoth and Bast. Pray ye this prayer for attaining of wisdom. Pray for the coming of light to the all. Mighty spirit of light that shines through the cosmos, draw my flame closer in harmony to thee. Lift up my fire from out of the darkness, magnet of fire that is one with the all. Lift up my soul that, though mighty and potent, child of the light, turn not away. Draw me in power to melt in thy furnace, one with all things, and all things in one, fire of the life strain, and one with the brain. When unto thee comes a feeling, drawing thee nearer to the darker gate, examine thine heart, and find if the feeling thou hast has come from within. If thou shalt find the darkness thine own thoughts, then banish them forth from the place in thy mind. Send through the body instead a wave of vibration, irregular first and regular second, repeating time after time until free. Start the wave force in thy brain center. Direct it in waves from thine head to thy foot. And if thou findest thine heart is not darkened, be sure that a force is directed to thee. Only by knowing can thou overcome it. Only by wisdom can thou hope to be free. Knowledge brings wisdom, and wisdom is power. Attain, and ye shall have the power over all. Seek ye first a place bound by darkness, maybe a lunar eclipse. Place ye a circle around about thee. Stand erect in the midst of the circle. Use thou this formula, and you shalt be free. Raise thou thine hands to the dark space above thee. Close thou thine eyes and draw in the light. Call to the spirit of light through the space-time, using these words, and thou shalt be free. Fill thou my body, O spirit of life. Fill thou my body with spirit of light. Come from the flower that shines through the darkness. come from the halls where the 7 lords rule. Name them by name, I, the 7, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, 9. By their names I call them, to aid me, free me, and save me from the darkness of night. Untanas, Quetas, Chietel, and Guyana, Huertel, Semveta, Ardal. By their names I implore thee, free me from darkness, and fill me with light. Know ye, O man, that when ye have done this, ye shall be free from the fetters that bind ye. Cast off the bondage of the brothers of the night. See ye not that the names have the power to free by vibration the fetters that bind thee? Use them at need to free thou thine brother, so that he too may come forth from the night. Thou, O man, art thou my brother's helper? Let him not lie in the bondage of night. Now unto thee give I my magic. Take it and dwell on the pathway of light. Light unto thee, life unto thee. Sun, may thou be on the cycle above. Okay. Namaste. Amen. Alhamdulillah. And as I read you this next section, also in Thoth's own words, which are beautiful, I want you to remember again the idea of as above, so below. Everything is a reflection, everything is a mirror, everything is a polarity. The feminine and the masculine, forever connected and yet in divine separation. Okay. This is the second section from Thoth's Emerald Tablets. List ye, O man, and hear a mystery stranger than all that lies neath the sun. Know ye, O man, that all space is filled by worlds within worlds, aye, one within the other, yet separate by law. Once in my search for deep buried wisdom, I opened the door that bars them from man. Called I from the other planes of being one who was fairer than the daughters of men. I called her from out of the spaces to shine as a light in the world of men. Used I the drum of the serpent, wore I the robe of the purple and the gold. Placed on my head I the crown of silver. Around me the circle of cinnabar shone. And cinnabar is a bright red material consisting of mercury sulfide, sometimes used as a pigment. He carries on to say, raised I my arms and cried the invocation that opens the path to the plains beyond. I cried to the lords of the signs in their houses, lords of the 2 horizons, watchers of the treble gates. Stand ye one at the right and one at the left, as the star rises to his throne and rules over his sign. I, thou dark prince of Arulu, open the gates of the dim, hidden land and release her who you keep imprisoned. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, dark lords and shining ones, and by their secret names, names which I know and pronounce, hear ye and obey my will. Lit I then with flame my circle, and called her in the space plains beyond, daughter of light, return from Arulu. 7 times and 7 times have I passed through the fire. Food have I not eaten, water have I not drunk. I call thee from Arulu, from the realms of Ekeshagal. I summon thee, Lady of Light. Then before me rose the dark figures, aye, the figures of the lords of Arulu. Parted they before me, and forth came the Lady of Light. Free was she now from the lords of the night, free to live in the light of the earth's sun, free to live as a child of the light. Hear ye and listen, O my children. Magic is knowledge, and only is law. Be not afraid of the power within thee, for it follows law as the stars in the sky. Know ye that to be without knowledge, wisdom is magic, and not of the law. But know ye that ever ye, by your knowledge, can approach closer to a place in the sun. List ye, my children, follow my teaching. Be ye ever a seeker of light. Shine in the world of men all around thee, a light on the path that shall shine among men. Follow ye and learn of my magic. Know that all force is thine if thou wilt. Fear not the path that leads thee to knowledge, but rather shun the dark road. Blend thou thy soul in the great essence, one with the great light, let thy consciousness be. Call thou on me when thou dost need me. Use my name 3 times in a row. Chekatet, Aralik, Volmalites. Desireth thou to know the deep hidden secret? Look in thy heart where the knowledge is bound. Know that in thee the secret is hidden, the source of all life and the source of all death. List ye, O man, while I tell thee the secret, reveal unto thee the secret of old. Deep in earth's heart lies the flower, the source of the spirit that binds all in its form. For know ye that the earth is living in body, as thou art alive in thine own form. The flower of life is as thine own place of spirit, and streams through the earth as thine flows through thy form. Giving of life to the earth and its children, renewing the spirit from form unto form. This is the spirit that is form of thy body, shaping and moulding into its form. Know ye, O man, that thy form is dual, balanced in polarity while formed in its form. Know that when fast on thee death approaches, it is only because thy balance is shaken. It is only because one pole has been lost. Know that thy body, when in perfect balance, may never be touched by the finger of death. Ay, even accident may only approach when the balance is gone. When ye are in a balanced equilibrium, ye shall live on in time and not taste of death. Know that thou art the balanced completion, existing because of thy balance of the poles. As in thee one pole is drawn downward, fast from thee goes the balance of life. Then unto thee cold death approaches, and change must come to thine unbalanced life. Know that the secret of life in a mentee is the secret of restoring the balance of poles. All that exists has form and is living because of the spirit of life in its poles. See ye not that in earth's heart is the balance of all things that exist and have being on its face? The source of thy spirit is drawn from earth's heart, for in thy form thou art one with the earth. Please give me a like if you're enjoying this. I see there's people in the chat, and hit me up. Hit me up, please. Let me just take a quick break. Oh, Thoth just jumped out at me. Oh, Thoth just jumped out. Sorry, Osho just jumped with new vision. If that isn't a stripping of old paradigms and moving into the new, oh, look at all that beautiful chakra energy rising up to the stars, to the crown. Okay, go there. I was looking for something then. Hang on. What's going on? Okay, I think my sorry, wait a second. Okay. Right. I would start that page again, just because it was magical. See ye not that in earth's heart is the balance of all things that exist and have being on its face? The source of thy spirit is drawn from earth's heart, for in thy form thou art one with the earth. When thou hast learned to hold thine own balance, then thou shalt draw on the balance of earth. Exist then shalt thou while earth is existing, changing in form only when earth too shalt change, tasting not of death, but one with this planet, holding thy form till all pass away. List ye, O man, whilst I give the secret, so that ye too shall taste not of change or death. 1 hour each day shalt thou lie with thine head pointed to the place of the positive pole, the north. And 1 hour each day shalt thy head be pointed to the place of the negative pole, the south, the southerly pole direction, or wherever north or south is for you in the world. This is a very real meditation practice that I have tried, and it is amazing. Hear ye, O man, and listen to my voice. List to the wisdom that gives thee of death. When at the end of thy work appointed, thou may desire to pass from this life, pass to the plane where the sons of the morning live and have being as children of light. Pass without pain and pass without sorrow into the plane where is eternal light. First lie at rest. Hang on. There's a different. It's really funny. I lost my place and it opened on something completely different, but I'm going to read this instead. I'm just going to go with it. This page opened to me on part part 14, Atlantis, and I'm just going to read a little bit of this. I'm feeling Atlantis coming through strongly. Our ancient mystery school of Atlantis and ancient Egypt is teaching us so much tonight. Part 14, or the number 5, Atlantis. Fives represent change and contrast and conflict. List ye, O man, to the deep hidden wisdom, lost to the world since the time of the dwellers, lost and forgotten by men of this age. Know ye this earth is but a portal, guarded by powers unknown to man. Yet the dark lords hide the entrance that leads to the heaven-born land. The dark lords hide the entrance that leads to the heaven-born land. Know ye the way to the sphere of Arulu is guarded by barriers opened only to light-born man. Upon earth I am the holder of the keys to the gates of the sacred land. The keys, do you remember? We're talking about the keys and the gateways. Command I, by the powers beyond me, to leave the keys to the world of man. Before I depart, I give ye the secrets of how ye may rise from the bondage of darkness, cast off the fetters of flesh that have bound ye, rise from the darkness into the light. Thus I established among ye the mysteries, so that the secrets may always be found. Wow. I, though man may fall into darkness, always the light will shine as a guide. Hidden in darkness, veiled in symbols, always the way to the portal will be found. Man in the future will deny the mysteries, but always the way the seeker will find. Now I command ye to maintain my secrets, giving only to those ye have tested, so that the pure may not be corrupted, so that the power of truth may prevail. List ye now to the unveiling of mystery. List to the symbols of mystery I give. Make of it a religion, for only thus will its essence remain. Regions there are two, between this life and the great one, travelled by the souls who depart from this earth. Duat, the home of the powers of illusion. Sekhet, who is Bast. Sekhet Hepspet, the house of the gods, the home. Osiris, the symbol of the guard of the portal, who turns back the souls of unworthy men. Beyond lies the sphere of the heaven-born powers. Arulu, the land where the great ones have passed. There, when my work among men has been finished, will I join the great ones of my ancient home. 7 are the mansions of the house of the mighty. 3 guards the portal of each house from the darkness. 15 the ways that lead to Duat. 12 are the houses of the lords of illusion, facing 4 ways, each of them different. Maybe the zodiac he's talking about there. 42 are the great powers, and Osiris's soul was supposed to have been split into 42 pieces. So 42 are the great powers, judging the dead who seek for the portal. 4 are the sons of Horus. 2 are the guards of east and west of Isis, the mother who pleads for her children, queen of the moon, reflecting the sun. Ba is the essence, living forever. Ka is the shadow that man knows as life. Ba cometh not until Ka is incarnate or in union. Ba and Ka have to come together, these parts of our soul. These are mysteries to preserve through the ages. Keys are they of life and of death. Hear ye now the mystery of mysteries. Learn of the circle beginningless and endless, the form of he who is one and in all. Listen and hear it. Go forth and apply it. Thus ye will travel the way that I go. Mystery in mystery, yet clear to the light born. The secret of all I now will reveal. I will declare a secret to the initiated, but let the door be wholly shut against the profane. 3 is the mystery, come from the great one. Hear and light on thee will dawn. Sound and light on thee will dawn. And 3 is the mystery. 3, 6, 9. In the primeval dwell 3 unities. Other than these, none can exist. These are the equilibrium, source of creation, one God, one truth, one point of freedom. 3 come from that made me think one God, one truth, one point of freedom. I thought of the sun, the moon, the right eye, the left eye, and the point of freedom, the third eye in the middle. One God being your imagination, your future. Everything that you can imagine is part of the consciousness. And then one truth is your truth, your memory. That's cool. And then one point of freedom, that's like your release. We've just reached 309 in the chat. And I was just talking 369. Thank you, Tesla, for being here too. Where were we? Okay. In the primeval dwell three unities. Other than these, none can exist. These are the equilibrium, source of creation, one God, one truth, one point of freedom. Three come forth from the three of the balance, all life, all good, all power. Three are the qualities of God in his light home, infinite power, infinite wisdom, infinite love. Three are the powers given to the masters to transmute evil, assist good, and use discrimination. Three are the things inevitable for God to perform: manifest power, wisdom, and love. Three are the powers creating all things: divine love, possessed of perfect knowledge; divine wisdom, knowing all possible means; and divine power, possessed by the joint will of divine love and divine freedom, divine wisdom. Three are the circles or states of existence: the circle of light where dwells nothing but God and only God can traverse it; the circle of chaos where all things by nature arise from death; the circle of awareness where all things spring from life, all things animate are of three states of existence: chaos or death, liberty and humanity, or felicity of heaven. Three necessities control all things, beginning in the great deep, the circle of chaos, plenitude in heaven. Three are the paths of the soul: man, liberty, light. Three are the hindrances: lack of endeavor to obtain knowledge, non-attachment to God, and attachment to evil. In man, the three are manifest. Three are the kings of power within. Three are the chambers of the mysteries found yet not found in the body of man. Three chambers of mysteries in the body of man, not yet found. These three kings and queens of power within. In man, these three are manifest. Hear ye now of he who is liberated, freed from the bondage of life into light, knowing the source of all worlds shall be open. Knowing the source of all worlds shall be open. Aye, even the gates of Arulu shall not be barred. Yet heed, O man, who wouldst enter heaven. If ye be not worthy, better it be to fall into the fire. Know ye, the celestials pass through the pure flame, At every revolution of the heavens, they bathe in the fountains of light from the sun. List ye, O man, to this mystery. Long in the past, before ye were man born, I dwelled in ancient Atlantis. There in the temple I drank of the wisdom, poured as a fountain of light from the dweller. Give the key to ascend to the presence of light. Given the key to ascend to the presence of light in the great world, stood I before the Holy One, enthroned in the flower of fire. Veiled was he by the lightnings of darkness, else my soul by the glory have been shattered. Forth from the feet of his throne, like the diamond, rolled forth 4 rivers of flame from his footstool, rolled through the channels of clouds to the man world. Filled was the hall with spirits of heaven. Wonder of wonders was the starry place. Above the sky, like a rainbow of fire and sunlight, were formed the spirits. Sang they the glories of the Holy One. Then from the midst of the fire came a voice. Behold the glory of the first cause. Behold the glory of the first cause. The first spark. I beheld that light high above the darkness, reflected in my own being. I attained, as it were, to the God of all gods, the Spirit Sun, the sovereign of the sun spheres. Again came the voice. There is one, even the first, who hath no beginning, who hath no end, who hath made all things, who govern all, who is good, who is just, who illuminates, who sustains. Then from the throne there poured a great radiance, surrounding and lifting my soul by its power. Swiftly I moved through the spaces of heaven. Shown was I the mystery of mysteries, shown the secret heart of the cosmos. Carried was I to the land of Arulu, stood before the lords in their houses, opened thee the doorway so that I might glimpse the primeval chaos. Shuddered my soul to the vision of horror, shrank back my soul from the ocean of darkness. Then saw I the need for the barriers, saw the need for the lords of Arulu. Only they with their infinite balance could stand in the way of the inpouring chaos. Only they could guard God's creation. Then did I pass around the circle of 8, saw all the souls who had conquered the darkness, saw the splendor of light where they dwelled, longed I to take my place in their circle, but longed I also for the way I had chosen when I stood in the halls of Amenti and made my choice to the work that I would do. Passed I from the halls of Arulu down to the earth space where my body lay. Arose I from the earth where I rested. Stood I before the dweller, gave my pledge to renounce my great right until my work on earth was completed, until the age of darkness be past. List ye, O man, to the words I shall give ye. In them shall ye find the essence of life. Before I return to the halls of Amenti, taught shall ye be in the secrets of secrets, how ye too may arise to the light. Preserve them and guard them, hide them in symbols, so the profanes will laugh and renounce. In every land form ye the mysteries. Make the way harder for the seeker to tread. Thus will the weak and the wavering be rejected. Thus will the secrets be hidden and guarded, held till the time when the wheel shall be turned. Through the dark ages, my spirit shall remain in the deep hidden land, waiting and watching. Where's my water? My legs went to sleep. I hope you're enjoying this as much as I am, Spirit family. Through the dark ages, my spirit shall remain in the deep hidden land, waiting and watching. When one has passed all the trials of the outer, summon ye me by the key that ye hold. Then will I, the initiator, answer, come from the halls of the gods in Amenti. Then will I receive the initiate, give him or her the words of power. Hark ye, remember these words of warning. Bring not to me one lacking in wisdom, or impure in heart, or weak in his purpose. Else I will withdraw from ye your power to summon me from the place of my sleeping. Go forth and conquer the element of darkness. Exalt in thy nature thine essence of light. Now ye go forth and summon thy brothers, so that I may impart the wisdom to light thy path when my presence is gone. Come to the chamber beneath my temple. And I think that's the pyramid, beneath the pyramid. Eat not food until 3 days are past. There will I give thee the essence of wisdom, so that with power ye may shine amongst men. There will I give unto thee the secrets, so that ye too may rise to the heavens, God-men, in truth as in God-men, in truth as in essence ye be. Depart now and leave me while I summon those ye know of, but as yet know not. Do you want me to continue? It's just gone 333 or 323. How's everyone doing? I could continue. There's definitely still some of you here. Ooh, I felt like a card. Let's just take a card. Osho, beautiful Osho. What have you to say in support and enlightenment of these messages here before us? Ooh. Wow. Inner voice. Wow. Osho Zen Tarot. And we had new vision. The 2 and the 12. The 2 and the 3. I was talking about paradigm shifts. A new vision. External to internal. Healing thyself so that we can heal thy other. You know, we should definitely read those Osho cards. Okay. I don't know. This is a really long reading. Yeah, Natiru. The dweller is like having Natiru with you. The Anura, or the place of the great ones, the home of the gods. Yeah. Nehebka. Nehebka is another name for those that guard the underworld. I want to read a little bit more. I'm going to read a little bit more, then I'm going to read the animal cards, then I'm going to read those 2 Osho cards. And then I probably will run out of steam. But I feel like I'm just channeling and feeling so much energy. These cards are so beautiful. I hope you're enjoying your inner world, your inner voice, as you're hearing my voice. Okay. I mean, it's just the fact that we've literally just gone through this whole section of what the secrets of the secrets are. And then the next section is called Secrets of Secrets. So I think I could just read the whole thing. Do you know what? That is actually the last section I wrote of his words. Okay, we're going to read this last section. It was meant to be. Oops. Trying not to burn everything really. Okay, we're going to turn that round so it's now there. Right. They're so similar. Look at that mirror of the 2 swords now. Mirror, mirror on the wall. And look at that lovely synchronicity as well. Okay. Okay. Secrets of secrets. Coming out. Okay. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful animal spirit card just appeared to me as well. The dog. I'll quickly read you. Yeah, I'm going to read you the animal spirits now. Let's bring the animals in before I read the secrets of secrets. Let's bring Gaia's energy from her animal medicine kingdom into our world. And the chariot with its lovely horses. And the sun. And the moon. And running out of room. Let's see that if I put that there. And the devil in the tower. I hope you can see that. And all this beautiful judgment, divine timing, gifts, and emotions being healed. I hope you can see anything. Okay, it's a bit higgledy-piggledy, but I'm just gonna be free with it. Doesn't even offend my orderly senses as a thrice Virgo, 3 times Virgo. With all these threes coming through, it's just like, oh, I don't have the words for it. Okay, the dog. Dogs have long been the domesticated companions and servants of humans. They have also frequently been sacrificed for the benefit of a master or group. Northwest Native American myths describe dogs carrying out various tasks for the glory of their masters. Western Himalayan peoples annually sacrifice dogs to protect themselves against disease or misfortune. In the mountainous regions of Japan, villagers would importune the gods for black rain-filled clouds by sacrificing a black dog. And the black dog is something that people often use to talk about depression. The black dog of depression that follows people around, they can't shake. I've heard that expression so many times. And there's almost like a dark night of the soul going on here. All that flowing. It's like there's mystery in the moon, but there's enlightenment flowing through her third eye, through her spirit animal medicine connection to the spirit world. There's some peace from this heavy black cloud, the black dog, that no matter what you do, you can't seem to shake it. But I think it's beautiful because it's just showing up here because it's wanting to be heard and recognized, this part of ourselves that needs to be healed. These things that weigh us down, that make us feel so sad and lost and subservient to some master that we don't understand, and it doesn't feel right in our hearts. It's not who we want to be. It's not where we want to be. It's not how we want to be. We want to be in the light. Let's read the tiger. Symbology: primal power, creation, sexuality, perception. While all the feline images denote power, tigers are particularly powerful. In China, they are considered the king of all beasts. In Hindu mythology, the tiger is associated with the goddess Kali, who represents creation, sexuality, and death. In traditional Sumatran culture, tigers were killed only in self-defense, out of fear of inspiring the collective hostility of other tigers. When Europeans began setting tiger traps in Sumatra, the local inhabitants would go out to the traps to explain to their animals that the devices were not constructed with their consent. In this painting entitled Tiger Eye, the tiger is framed in a kind of cartouche, which implies regal status and emphasizes the eye motif. Like all cats, tigers have binocular vision, which gives them greater depth of vision and the ability to judge distances accurately. The eye of the tiger symbolizes sound judgment and keen perception. Amazing. Okay, the ram next. Symbology of the ram: sacrifice, growth, divine life. The ram is a symbol from ancient... Sorry, I'll start that again. The ram is a symbol from ancient mythology that has long been associated with sacrifice and ritual slaughter. The ram's death is not only an offering, but a precursor to rebirth and thus a symbol of renewal. The ram's association with new beginnings and new life is reflected in the astrological sign of Aries, which marks the start of the astrological year in spring. Trying to get this so you can see it properly. It's a really cool card. In the Odyssey, the hero Odysseus narrowly escapes from the Cyclops cave and certain death by clinging to the underbelly of a ram, which hides him from the Cyclops' view. In this painting, the ram is shown holding a branch, a reference to the universal tree of life. Below, a woolly white ram is being honored by animal deities. The Kalmuk people of Mongolia would consecrate such a white ram from their flock, giving it the title, the Ram of Heaven. This holy ram was never shorn. Fascinating. Okay. And last but not least, we have the owl. Beautiful representation for Thoth coming through. We've just gone 33844 in the chat. The owl with these fiery, etheric, universal energies, wisdom and knowledge, power and peace. The owl symbology: sexual energy, darkness, liberation. The owl is a nocturnal, the owl, that's better color. The owl is a nocturnal bird strongly associated with the moon and feminine energy, Lilith. Sorry, I just got so excited when I saw Lilith pop up because I was going to mention her. Dark side of the moon, another one of our lost feminines, rejected by the world. And it made me think of the thing I was going to say. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. And there's a story there about what happened with Lilith. It could well be woven into the whole story of Ophiuchus. I don't doubt that. Okay. The owl is a nocturnal bird strongly associated with the moon and feminine energy. Lilith, a goddess of the Talmud and early Christian Gnosticism, is frequently represented as an owl. She was Adam's first wife before Eve and is known for having refused to assume a subordinate role in marriage. Although she has traditionally been associated with dark sexual energy, she is a powerful and liberating feminine symbol. Woo! That gives me goosebumps. Hi, hi, hi. Nice to see so many people watching. Oh, I've got 4 likes and 4 watchers. That's so cool. Well, beautiful feminine energy, the rejected feminine energy, the first wife of Adam. Well, there's a pickle, isn't there? There's a pickle in the Garden of Eden that the devil and the serpent were there to witness. That's definitely going to mess with your chakras and your emotions and your sacral chakra energies and sexual energies and confidence and self-esteem. Beautiful, beautiful cards from the Susan Sedambule Animal Spirit deck. Okay. Secrets of secrets. I'm trying to get comfy. Secrets of Secrets, part 15, or number 6. Now ye assemble, my children, waiting to hear the secret of secrets, which shall give ye power to unfold the God-man, give ye the way to eternal life. Plainly shall I speak of the unveiled mysteries. No dark sayings shall I give unto thee. Open thine ears now, my children. Hear and obey the words that I give. First I shall speak of the fetters of darkness which bind ye in chains to the sphere of the earth. Darkness and light are both of one nature, different only in seeming, for each arose from the source of all. Darkness is disorder, light is order. Darkness transmuted is light of the light. This, my children, your purpose in being, transmutation of darkness to light. Hear ye now the mystery of nature, the relations of life to the earth where it dwells. Know ye are threefold in nature, physical, astral, and mental in one. 3 are the qualities of each of the natures, 9 in all, as above, so below. In the physical are these channels, the blood which moves in vortical motion, vortices, vortex, like a spinning wheel, like a chakra spinning energy center. In the physical are these channels, the blood which moves in vortical motion, reacting on the heart to continue its beating. Magnetism which moves through the nerve paths, carrier of energies to all cells and tissues. Akasha, which flows through channels, subtle yet physical, completing the channels. Akasha, which flows through channels, subtle yet physical, completing the channels. Each of the three attuned with each other, each affecting the life of the body, form they the skeletal framework through which the subtle ether flows. In their mastery lies the secret of life in the body, relinquished only by will of the adept, when his purpose in living is done. Relinquished only by will of the adept, when his purpose in living is done. Three are the natures of the astral. Mediator is between above and below, not of the physical, not of the spiritual, but able to move above and below. That's the 4D. Three are the natures of mind, carrier it of the will of the Great One, arbitrator of cause and effect in thy life. Thus is formed the threefold being, directed from above by the power of 4. Above and beyond man's threefold nature lies the realm of the spiritual self. 4 is it in qualities, shining in each of the planes of existence, but 13 in 1, the mystical number, based on the qualities of man, are the brothers. Spirit, fire, air, water, earth, ether. Each shall direct the unfoldment of being. Each shall channels be of the Great One. On earth man is in bondage, bound by space and time to the earth plane. Encircling each planet, a wave of vibration binds him to his plane of unfold. Encircling each planet, a wave of vibration binds him to his plane of unfoldment. Yet within man is the key to releasement. Within man may freedom be found. When ye have released the self from the body, rise to the outermost bounds of your earth plane. Speak ye the word Do, E, Lil, La. Then for a time your light will be lifted. Free may ye pass the barriers of space. For a time of half of the sun, 6 hours, free may ye pass the barriers of earth plane. See and know those who are beyond thee. Yea, to the highest worlds may ye pass. See your own possible heights of unfoldment. Know all earthly futures of soul. Bound are ye in your body, but by the power ye may be free. This is the secret where bonded. This is the secret whereby bondage shall be replaced by freedom for thee. Calm let thy mind be, at rest be thy body, conscious only of freedom from flesh. Center thy being on the goal of thy longing. Think over and over that thou wouldst be free. Think of this word, la, I, le, ganuver, and over in thy mind, let it sound. Ganuver and over in thy mind, let it sound. Drift with the sound of the place of thy longing, free from the bondage of flesh by thy will. Hear ye while I give the greatest of secrets, how ye may enter the halls of Amenti, enter the place of the immortals as I did, stand before the lords in their places. Lie ye down in rest of thy body, calm thy mind so no thought disturbs thee. Pure must ye be in mind and in purpose, else only failure will come unto thee. Vision Amenti as I have told in my tablets, long with the fullness of heart to be there. Stand before the Lords in thy mind's eye. Pronounce the words of power I give thee mentally. And I'm not going to read them out. It's just because Thoth asked for some secrecy, some guardianship. So people know how to access that particular wording, but I'm not going to say it on this video. See that as a little extra mystery you can go looking for if you were really genuinely good of heart to be looking for it. Okay. Vision Amenti as I have told thee in my tablets, long with the fullness of heart to be there. Stand before the Lords in thy mind's eye. Pronounce the words of power I give mentally. Relax thy mind and thy body, then be sure your soul will be called. Now give I the key to Shambhala, the place where my brothers live in the darkness. Darkness but filled with light of the sun, darkness of earth but light of the spirit, guides for ye when my day is gone. Leave thou body as I have taught thee. Pass to the barriers of the deep hidden place. Stand before the gates and their guardians. Command thy entrance by these words. And I'm also not going to say the words for the entrance to Shambhala on here. Again, beautiful, but I'm going to just let that one go. Then, if the words have been truth of the highest, open for thee the barriers will fall. Now I leave thee, my children, down yet up to the halls shall I go. Win ye the way to me, my children. Truly my brothers and sisters shall ye become. Thus I finish my writings. Thus finish I my writings. Keys let them be to those who come after, but only to those who seek my wisdom. For only for these am I the key and the way. And I'd written thank you, Thoth, with some kisses and a heart at the bottom. Because that was an enlightenment in itself when I discovered these words. And I've been able to share them with you, and that's been on another level. Let's read the cards from, wow, it's already light outside in my country. I haven't gone to bed yet. What time is it for me? Oh, it's 6:18 in the morning. That is groovy, and it's 3:55 in the live chat. Okay. Let's read Thoth. Sorry, I did that before. Let's read Osho because. And just think about that unifying love between your masculine energies and your feminine energies, and how you can heal your emotions and your heart, your past traumas, heal that inner child, listen to the inner voice. Your inner voice is your inner child. I can't really read that. I'm just reading through the interesting chat that's been going on about me not reading out the incantation. To be honest, I'm giving Thoth what he asked me for. Of course, it's meant to be shared. That's why I'm sharing it with you. But there is a sense that, you know, these are very deep wisdoms and deep secrets, and, you know, the entranceway to Shambhala. I'm not actually going to give that out to anyone on, even at this time. This is about, you cannot go through the pathway until you're ready. You cannot be ready until you've done that work on yourself and be actually seeking the path legitimately for yourself, really taking responsibility for your karma and your decisions and your behaviors and your interactions in the world, and taking control of your thoughts and your emotions, in so much as letting your emotions be free and liberated and true. So there is a lot to be said for actually, you know, you can show people the door, but they've got to walk through it. And I'm not just going to share probably one of the most deep, darkest, beautiful, preserved, vital sections, vital keys, right at this moment. It doesn't feel to me like a responsible thing to do, you know. But if you're interested and you know what you're wanting to find, then you'll find it, and you'll find it well. So that's cool. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. So let's read beautiful Osho. We got New Vision first, X11, which is 12, which is 3. I can't find New Vision. The figure in this card is being born anew, emerging from his earth-bound roots and growing wings to fly into the unbounded. The geometric shapes around the body of the figure show the many dimensions of life simultaneously available to him. The square represents the physical, the manifest, the known. The circle represents the unmanifest, the spirit, pure space. And the triangle symbolizes the threefold nature of the universe: manifest, unmanifest, and the human being who contains both. Now you are presented with an opportunity to see life in all its dimensions, from the depths to the heights. They exist together. And when we come to know from experience that the dark and the difficult are needed as much as the light and the easy, then we begin to have a very different perspective on the world. By allowing all of life's colors to penetrate us, we become more integrated. There's more. When you open up to the ultimate, immediately it pours into you. You are no longer an ordinary human being. Hold the other one. This one. Okay. When you open up to the ultimate, immediately it pours into you. You are no longer an ordinary human being. You have transcended. Your insight has become the insight of the whole existence. Now you are no longer separate. You have found your roots. Otherwise, ordinarily, everybody is moving without roots, not knowing from where their heart goes on receiving energy, not knowing who goes on breathing in them, not knowing the life juice that is running inside them. It is not the body, it is not the mind, it is something transcendental to all duality that is called Bhagavat. The Bhagavat in the 10 directions. Your inner being, when it opens, first experiences 2 directions, the height, the depth. And then slowly, as this becomes your established situation, you start looking around, spreading into all other 8 directions. And once you have attained to the point where your height and your depth meet, then you can look around to the very circumference of the universe. Then your consciousness starts unfolding in all 10 directions, but the road has been won. Boom. 404. Amazing. Number 12, Major Arcana, New Vision. These all have very different depths and meanings to the traditional tarot. It's got the traditional structure, but Osho Zen Tarot wisdom is deep. Okay, number 2, Inner Voice, which is like the magician or the high priestess. And this, I think, should be our closing message. There are other things that I was going to share, but I think this is just rolled in a beautiful course. And I think ending on these beautiful Zen wisdoms, which are so in alignment with those beautiful animal spirits guiding us. They've been all here for us. All these messages, all this candle magic, all this color chakra healing for all of the collective of Ophiuchus, for all of the zodiac. I shall give thanks to my list of nature spirits who I did write down, and I do want to give gratitude to, and I give gratitude to my beautiful spirit family who have been in this energy with me on this beautiful, amazing live call, which is now 4 hours and 6 minutes. And I've just poured out so much tonight, and it's been so releasing. And I've just come across the 9 parts of the soul, so let me just read those to you. The numerous parts of the soul, according to ancient Egypt. Number 1, Hut, is the physical. Number 2, Sh, spiritual body. Number 3, Jeb, the heart, which is weighed against the scales of the feather of Mart. Number 4, Ka, your double, or your shadow, or your twin. Number 5, Ba, your personality. Ka and Ba. In the afterlife, Ka and Ba are reunited to reanimate Ak. Number 6. Sorry, that's not your shadow. Number 4, double, is your double, your twin. Number 6 is Swat, which is your shadow. Number 7 is Shim, which is your form. Number 8 is Ren, your secret name. Your secret name. And I like to think of Kylo Ren, Ben Skywalker. He has it. It was Renethet, the god Renethet, that would give out everyone's names, and you have a secret name. And number 9 is like the image of Thoth, the ibis bird, the magically effective one, the deceased who was transfigured and often identified with light, the Ark or the Ankh. Amazing. And Thoth has even often been compared to being that which is the cosmic egg at the beginning of life. But Thoth was indeed the very first thing. He was the 3, maker of 3s, the creation of 3s, 6, 9. Now, the other thing I was going to read was just thanking my lovely, endless list of feminine deities that wanted to be here. I can find it. I can't find it, it doesn't matter. I can invoke them anyway. I give thanks to Bast, to Isis, to Mary, to Lilith, to Medusa, to Freya, to Ophiuchus, to Virgo, to all the healers, to all those with the feminine energies under the moon, and to all those with the masculine energies under the sun. Thoth and Bast, Serket, thank you so much for sharing your energies. Thank you, Mart. Thank you, Tiamat. Thank you, Vesta, Ceres, Lemuria, and Maldek and Marduk, and all of the celestial symphony above, Father Sky, Mother Earth, Mother Gaia. Great ones, thank you for this beautiful enlightenment tonight. Everything that has come to pass and everything that will come to pass, we know we have your protection, and we protect you back, reflecting that love back to you for your gracious bounty. Okay, so inner voice, high priestess, or the magician, or both, considering that the high priestess and the magician are divine twin partners anyway. Let's just consider them both together, united in one, in the inner voice. Isn't that beautiful? Symmetry. Okay, the commentary for the inner voice. The inner voice speaks not in words, but in the wordless language of the heart. It is like an oracle who only speaks the truth. If it had a face, it would be like the face at the center of this card, alert, watchful, and able to accept both the dark and the light, symbolized by the two hands holding the crystal. The crystal itself represents the clarity that comes from transcending all dualities. The inner voice can also be playful, as it dives deep into the emotions and energies again to soar towards the sky, like two dolphins dancing in the waters of life. It is connected with the cosmos through the crescent moon crown and the earth, as represented by the green leaves on the figure's kimono. There are times in our lives when too many voices seem to be pulling us this way and that. Our very confusion in such situations is a reminder to seek silence and centering within. Only then are we able to hear our truth. If you have found your truth within yourself, there is nothing more in this whole existence to find. Truth is functioning through you. When you open your eyes, it is truth opening his eyes. When you close your eyes, it is truth who is closing its eyes. This is a tremendous meditation. If you can simply understand the device, you don't have to do anything. Whatever you are doing is being done by truth. You are walking, it is truth. You are sleeping, it is truth resting. You are speaking, it is truth speaking. You are silent, it is truth that is silent. This is one of the most simple meditation techniques. Slowly, slowly, everything settles by this simple formula, and then there is no need for the technique. When you are cured, you throw away the meditation, you throw away the medicine. Then you live as truth, alive, radiant, contented, blissful, a song unto yourself. Your whole life becomes a prayer without any words, or better to say, a prayerfulness, a grace, a beauty which does not belong to our mundane world, a ray of light coming from the beyond into the darkness of our world. From the Transcendental Game of Zen by Osho. Well, I thank these beautiful decks, Thoth Tarot by Aleister Crowley, the Tarot Illuminati, the Tarot from Osho Zen Tarot, and the Animal Spirits. And what did we pull? I did pull a chakra card, didn't we? Well, that's definitely healing energies for our upper chakras, that space around our eyes, all three of our eyes, the sun, the moon, and the third eye of light. The sun, the moon, they both produce light, and so does your inner eye. The light that knows the truth, the light that knows the way into those dark corners. And when you shine the light in the dark corners, they're not so dark anymore. And the healing of those hurts and the pain can begin. So be gentle with yourselves. I'm going to sign off and go to bed in the morning, upside down, as above, so below. I love you all. This has been a transformational experience. And I think, I'm not thinking, I'm just feeling all sorts of amazing, beautiful love energy from all of these incredible spirits. And I can't believe we have divined so much wisdom and energy of love tonight. And so much clarity and understanding. It's like we uncovered something that we didn't even know we were looking for. Be gentle with yourselves. Love yourselves. I love you. Thank you for staying to the end of this reading. That is so awesome. Please like, please subscribe. Please tell me if it resonated with you. I really, really would love to have that mirror reflection, that mirror feedback come back. I'm probably not going to be able to sleep now. I'm just going to be too thinking about how crazy this is, and I'm going to watch it all back tomorrow or when I wake up today, because I've hardly got any idea what I was saying. So amazing. Thank you, spirit family. Be good to yourselves. And I really hope to see you on the next reading, whatever that might be, wherever that might take us, wherever we be in the solar system. Act from your heart chakra, act with love, and the sun's going to come out Pretty soon. Twin flame energy swirling. So, yeah, I almost don't want to say goodbye. This has been such a revelatory, intimate experience with you all. And I probably didn't see all your messages, your lovely comments and messages, but thank you so much for everyone that messaged. I will go back and have a look through that when I, re-energized. Okay. I love you. This is Sasha. Good night, good morning, and good afternoon. And if I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.